Well, it is 9:15 and we will call the September 13th meeting of the Kansas State Board of Nursing to order. So welcome. Thank you all for being here. We do have a forum. In fact, I think we have everyone present, which is nice, very nice. So thank you very much for being here. We do not have an on-site packet for the board meeting, so how about any additions or revisions to the agenda? Seeing none, our agenda will stand as it is. Let's move on to announcements. So first and foremost, I know we talked a little bit about this at our last meeting, but I would like to share the Regulatory Achievement Award, and I'll hold it up here. It really is beautiful. And this was awarded to the Kansas State Board of Nursing through National Council of State Boards, NCSBN. NCSBN is an international organization, so it goes beyond just the 50 states. There are territories in Canada, Guam. It's really, and I'm not going to try to list them all. It truly is an international organization. This is a phenomenal award, and I think I'd be glad to share the write-up and the submission that went into it. But I think if you all took the opportunity to read that, you would realize we all come in and do a few minutes worth of work, and we give some direction to all of the folks that you see lining the back of the hall, back of the wall back there, and then sitting up here at the end of our tables. That's the team that truly earned the award and deserves the recognition. And it goes beyond just licensing nurses. We do have the head of that agency, Rayanne's here, and she has done a phenomenal job of making that an easy process to the point where most of us don't even realize the work that goes into it. And so that just flows smoothly throughout the state of Kansas. We have the discipline arm, we have the education arm, we have IT and human resources and all of the functions of the whole board. And all of those pieces play an important act in making us what we are, to implement the regulations and keep the citizens of Kansas safe with their healthcare. So I want you to recognize what a big deal this is, and it's thanks to these members of our team that have made this possible. So thank you, and the recognition is truly yours. A fun video, and there were folks that flew in, so the heads of each of the departments within the board got to fly to Chicago to help receive this award. So this is a video that NCSBN made, and we'll share that.
Give me just a second.
The Kansas Board of Nursing's 110-year history is marked by a rich legacy of innovation and an ongoing commitment to public protection. The board has a long tradition of unwavering commitment to excellence, invention, and positive change that epitomizes NCSBN's vision to lead regulatory excellence worldwide. The Kansas Board consistently shines through and delivers results that make a meaningful difference in nursing regulation and in the lives of the citizens we all serve. Being leaders and mentors comes naturally to those at the Kansas Board of Nursing. They have served on the NCSBN Board of Directors as representatives and in leadership positions. Kansas Board members and staff have also been involved with numerous NCSBN meetings, committees, knowledge networks, and task forces. The Kansas Board of Nursing was the first to implement real-time online license renewals in the year 2001, and for their progressive actions, received the Centers for Digital Government National Award. The board shared best practices and lessons learned from creating their automated nurse licensure information system with NCSBN during the development of Nurses eNotify. In addition, the Kansas Board successfully implemented the Nurse Licensure Compact in 2019, and in 2022 passed legislation to authorize advanced practice registered nurses to practice at the full extent of their education, training, and licensure. These significant and lasting contributions to nursing regulation and advancing NCSBN's mission is why the Kansas Board of Nursing is honored with the 2023 Regulatory Achievement Award.
And the great work that is done here by all of you. Thank you for coming, and you're welcome to stay for as long as you would like of the meeting.
Sorry, we couldn't get the video working, guys.
We will get that on, we'll make sure it's on the
Yeah,
website.
it'll be on our website and you can hear it. It's really very nice.
Take a moment to watch it. It's
Thanks,
good.
Jack.
Okay, within your packet is the minutes from our June 14th meeting. We'll take a moment to review that. When the board's ready, entertain a motion.
Move to approve the June 14th, 2023 minutes as presented.
Thanks, Brenda.
I'll second that. The board member.
Thanks, Melissa. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. I will say that we did have our retreat in late July, and we were provided that information just very late last week, and so there wasn't time to get it into this agenda, so you'll be seeing that at our next meeting. So moving on to the consent agenda, we had 2 items in there. I hope you had time to review those. There was also an update given at the finance committee on those 2 items, so without any further discussion, if there's any need to pull something out, we would take a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, this is Rebecca Sanders, board member. I move to approve consent agenda items 1 and 2 as presented.
I'll second that. Board member. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. We'll go to our executive administrator report. Bill?
Thank you. You should have my report in the staff report section. I always start out with the upcoming NCSBN meetings, and so those are listed there as I know them right now. Just a reminder, the NCLEX conference is next week, and it is a virtual conference, so there might still be room if someone wants to go. I don't know. Then we have the basic Board of Nursing Nursing Investigator Training. We do have 1 investigator who will be attending that. The other ones are listed there. The mid-year meeting this year will be in Atlanta, March 12th through the 14th. And then the other ones are listed there. The annual meeting dates for next year are August 28th through 30th. I always put all of the board member terms down there, and I'll just have to tell you, this is the first meeting that we've had all of our board members. This is great. This is absolutely great. Wonderful. Okay. Regulation revisions, the CNE regulations that you approved at the June meeting were implemented with an effective date of July 14th. So those are in, and we have the Nurse Practice Act on our website has been updated to include those. So if you want to get a copy of those, they're out there. And we did have the public hearing for the revision of KAR 60-2-103 that was held July 24th. I presented to JCAR on July 10th about it. The comments are in your September board packet, so that you can take action on that one today if you want to. That one has to do with putting preceptors in the PN programs. And that was a request initially that came from some of our PN programs to be able to do that. Legislative session, Senate Bill 66, they're still kind of doing some work on that. So I really don't know a whole lot about that right now. Fiscal year 24 and 24 budgets, I have to submit that Friday. It's pretty well together. I just need to put some polishing touches on it. I always wait until after these meetings in case something changes. But it does include, you know, the pay plan for the staff, which is good. Just to kind of let you know the process, I have to submit it to Division of Budget, always by September 15th. And then they have until, it's usually around Veterans Day, to go through it and look at it, ask any questions, anything like that. And then once they're done with it, they turn it over to Legislative Research, which does the governor's budget. And the governor's budget then is released right after the session starts. And then budget hearings start. We'll have a budget hearing in the House and a budget hearing in the Senate. And so we have to go over and talk about the budget and why we have in what we have and stuff like that. And any other questions that they have for you over there. And then we'll find out, you know, more toward the end of the session. That's when they do like the mega bill where they put the appropriations in. So it is a process that has several steps. The first step is to get it submitted Friday. I put down all the meetings that I attended. It seems like I've been in a lot of meetings. But anyway, I am still helping with that KBOR Healthcare Committee meeting, in which we're looking at ways that we can assist trying to get more nurses. You know, one of them was to ask for a KBOR to have a fund increase so that they could do increase faculty salaries throughout the state and maybe recruit more faculty, because we do have nursing programs who are not full. You know, and one reason is because they don't have enough faculty. Then another reason is sometimes they don't have enough people interested in going into nursing. So that's another issue. Strategic retreat. I see. You're going to have a presentation later from KU School of Nursing regarding the Kansas Workforce Center. Adrian and I have been meeting with them, and so they want to come and do a presentation to you so that you can hear all about it. It's really wonderful what they want to do and stuff. And she's probably going to talk about this, but I think they're wanting a representative. They're actually wanting two representatives, I believe. One of them to work more with their IT data, I believe, and then the other one to be on committees. So you just might think about, you know, who you want to do that and stuff like that, because I think they're going to be asking for that. I think that's about it on that. Projects are listed there. We did get CE Broker implemented. And just to kind of, they're going to do like a success report, what they call it, and we'll report back every quarter. But right now, and we just went live with this September 1st. But right now, there's already 134 broker accounts by our licensees. So I think that's pretty good considering that we just started. A couple of things that we've kind of found out is when you go in to activate your account, and just as a reminder, every licensee has a free account in there. However, they have to go in and activate it because they have to provide their information, like email and stuff. We do not give out email addresses. So the account's there, but the licensee is gonna have to go activate it, and then it's ready to go and everything like that. But when they do, they have to put in their license number. And as a reminder, that's your full number. Okay, that's not just the middle, because you've always got two numbers at the very beginning, and then you have your, what people consider your license number, and then you have 3 digits at the end. You need to put all of that in for it to take, because that's the data that we give over to them and stuff like that. That's one thing that's kind of come to surface a little bit, but they've got a great customer service support group and everything. So if there's questions about it, something's not working right, they're the ones to call because they're the experts on it. But it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And then I just had some attachments on there, press releases from NCSBN that I just wanted to share with you, stuff like that. Other than that, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Carol. It has been a busy quarter. Adrian, would you like to go next?
Sure.
Staff reports?
Sure. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. You should have my report. I'll keep this relatively brief. First, I just want to thank you and for the honor of being able to serve NCSBN for the past 8 years now. Completed my term as their treasurer, 2 terms as treasurer and 2 terms as the Area 2 director. It was an amazing experience, and I got to be involved with all sorts of things and see things from a international perspective, and it was pretty rewarding. It's a rewarding deal, and I think did some good, hopefully, for the membership and the public. I myself and Carol have been working on the budget, as you heard, but also do at the same time was the 3-year IT plan. So I've been compiling that and actually submitted that to the state. It kind of goes through a high level detail of the work that we're doing, the projects and those sorts of things, which directly does impact the budget and the operations. So that has been submitted. The state now has it, and they do whatever they have to do with it. That'll be released to the public at some point. I'm not sure when they're going to actually do that, but one of the big things that happened this quarter is the House Bill 2066, which was geared primarily with military licensure, and Ray may hit on this in her report, but we did have to do some changes to the system to be able to gather the information that we think we're going to need for next year. It was a little bit of work this year. Tony had to spend a lot of hours going through the data, trying to make sense of what they were requesting. The problem that we ran into this year is that some of the information that was requested of us wasn't requested of us the year before. And so we didn't get notice about it until a month before it was due. So that makes it kind of hard to do things. So he worked real hard. We did the best we could. And then future forward, they put some things into place. It may slow down operations and licensing a tad bit just because there's some new checklists and those sorts of things that have to be done. So thank Ray and Tony for working on that, and hopefully this will get us, and hopefully it won't change the questions next year. Let's see, you're going to hear about the continuity of operations plan during the executive session. It's something Michelle's been working really hard on, and with the other staff too. And there's an executive order now that we have to complete these. So we're ahead of the game. We actually already had a coup plan, but you know, we're going through and doing the updates per the executive order and for some new operations that we've experienced over the years. On the HR side of things, we were very fortunate to have Stacy Johnson, which I think she's back there. She's joining us in education. That position was open for quite a while. And Michelle was pulling double duty between the work from me and also covering there. So, you know, thank you, Michelle, for all the work you did over the past year. And we're really anxious to have you here. Is there anything you want to say?
I don't believe so. I'm just happy to be here. So.
You came from us from education, is that right?
Yeah, yes, I've actually just student taught in our local school district for many years, so I'm excited to be at the Board of Nursing.
She's getting right in there. We got her right in. So that's wonderful to have her aboard, so welcome. And then a little bit later, you hear about the information security plan. Our information security officer is in Kansas this week, so he's gonna come down to be part of the executive session, and we're gonna go over all the work we've done on that front, and hopefully kind of talk about where else we want to go with some of that, but that is definitely a closed session thing. And then the system automation project is officially kicking off, I would say, this week. Tony's gonna start working with the vendors to build the servers and those sorts of things. We've had some pre-planning meetings and kind of the direction that we're gonna go. We've got all the approvals, all that stuff. Funding, all of it. So we're doing it in 2 phases. The first phase is really the kind of the core program is gonna get upgraded and a few little tweaks here and there. And then the second phase is going to be the investigative and some of our mobile friendly type environments, and then some other back-end enhancements. The one unknown for us right now is Senate Bill 66, which is essentially a bill that was proposed and I guess passed that says we have to verify licensure through a centralized system. So the State Office of Information Technology is in the process of getting a vendor and defining what those scopes are for that particular verification system. I don't foresee it being too big of an impact for us just because it's another method for people to verify. The only part that I think is going to be maybe a little bit cumbersome is that it was an unfunded mandate, at least until this point. So thankfully, we had some of the Spark funds, and then we had already sort of been going down the road of ironing out some allocations in the budget. So assuming that doesn't change, we might have enough to be able to do a little bit with that. But my goal was sort of to do it during the second phase of the project, just so that the economies of scale, if you're just adding in one more thing, maybe it wouldn't cost as much as if you wait 6 months and then have to add something new. Don't know if we're going to get there or not. It's not really, the ball's not in our court. It's somebody else's that's driving that initiative. So another thing that we've been working on, working with Linda's team and the AHEs on a file data transfer service. We're really close to being ready to go live with that. It's called KiteWorks, so that we can receive information in a secure fashion and then also disseminate information. We're using their areas as kind of a proof of concept, and if everything works well, then we're going to branch it out into Janelle's area, probably, Carol and mine, if we need some secured information, and probably human resources, and then ultimately possibly in Ray's area if we ever find a need to transfer information securely. And other than that, that's kind of the big things. We're also getting very close for the open records system. We're finalizing all the details of that, so we're hoping in this next quarter to launch that as well. So it's kind of the big things on radar for me.
Thank you for your report, Adrian. I do really want to acknowledge the work you've done at NCSBN. Sometimes I don't know that we know the impact each other makes out there. And to go and see Adrian at work at NCSBN, he has relationships that have benefited the state of Kansas tremendously. He is well respected within that organization, and I really want to thank you for the work that you do, Adrian, because you have those relationships here in the state of Kansas, but then you take that beyond nationally. And it is apparent when you attend those meetings and the folks that approach him and the questions that he's asked, and what are you doing in the state of Kansas and how does this work for you? And would you be willing to share that with our state? And it's really remarkable to see Adrian in motion.
Thank you.
Ray, would you like to tell us about licensing?
Sure. So, for my report for you guys, what I wanted to start out with was just an overview of our applications. I realized that you guys might not know exactly what our applications do or what we do on a day-to-day basis. Also, in some states, I know like for an endorsement, someone that is already licensed but wants to be licensed in another state, a lot of states call that different things, so you would hear like reciprocity. So I kind of wanted to just give you guys an overview of the applications. Also, I included this licensee summary report. These numbers, the total that we've licensed of almost 4,000 was just from the last board meeting until when I pulled the data to be sent. So it was just from the board meeting to August 24th. So we are definitely busy. And then I also just wanted to include renewal stats from the last board meetings. So Adrian kind of touched on the House Bill 2066 that I have feelings about that. I have feelings about most things that come from the legislature. That is going to be a process change. It did include a brand new checklist, which is even more, what's the word I'm looking for? Yes, detailed. It is even more detailed than our regular checklist. I think it will be fine once we get our groove going, but it's just kind of hard because now we have 2 checklists for every single application that comes in. So we have to make sure that we get the data incorrect, which means we're going to be a little bit slower. And I have told them, it needs to be correct. So if we have to slow down, we have to slow down. The other thing, in Monday, we had the program administrator meeting, and I have asked all of the administrators to relay to their nursing programs. I would like for them to start sending lists of their students with their transcripts and their ATTs to us when they get ready. Like we're going to test it out for December. December is about half of what our May peak usually is. But I would like to increase communication with the student. I want the student to know that the transcript is in the office, but that we also have a processing time. I just feel like that might take off some stress from the student, the program, us. So I'm trying to find ways to make sure that we can communicate, but still give us the time to process the information. And then Juliana did ask yesterday, what I will get some things prepared for you for the December meeting, because I do want to give you guys the process of a foreign educated student. I also want you guys to look at what the CGFNS report contains and how we review it. So I will get that information ready so that you guys, I know foreign educated nurses that's a big issue, and I don't see that declining anytime soon. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ray. That'd be great. So that's just board education raised, right? I asked for, that's something that I wasn't well versed in the process for our internationally trained nurses. They're trying to get licensed here, and it is a very long process. So I thought that might be helpful for us all to understand that. Ray put a very nice email to me and got that printed hanging on my desk at work, so I can remember those steps and follow it. But I think it might be helpful for everyone to have a chance to ask questions and see what that process is. So thanks for doing that. Sure. Janelle?
Yes, thank you, Madam President and members of the board. I want to add my thanks and appreciation that Stacy Johnson is now a part of our education group. She has jumped in, and Michelle's helped her get really well oriented, or at least well on her way. We say it takes about a year to get oriented to everything that happens, but she's done great so far. We kind of inundated her right at the beginning. We did have our program administrator update meeting, which I believe Carol might have started when she was doing this job years back, but the program administrators that come really appreciate that, because all the folks here come and talk to them. Linda, because she's involved in investigative on Mondays, but she did send Evan. And so he talked to them, and they're able to ask questions. And I think that's a really good process. And I didn't stop to count, but I think we had 50 plus administrators, plus some of them brought either their second in command or maybe a faculty that they're grooming, or someone just that is a strong program support for them. So it was a full meeting. We were in a new spot. We were really grateful for that. We were at the Stormont Vale Education Center. They allowed us to use that. gave us great support in IT and refreshments for the day. So it really turned out to be a really good spot. And we appreciate our Academy group, which is our associate council for associate degree nurses. We're the ones that helped find that and got us on board with that and provided the refreshments for the day. So we thank them greatly for their support of that meeting. But I do think Ray was able to provide some great updates for them in licensing. One of the things that encouraged them, our administrators do a lot of work. COVID really, the faculty were, and we know there was a lot of impact on students and faculty too, but the administrators that had to keep all that going, and they're continuing to find ways to recover from that. So I think everything that we do to support them and bring them together, to them, that's an important piece, I believe. And I'm glad that we support that at the board to really keep them in the loop on things and able to do that. But I was really pleased at the response. So other than that, I will just say the report is pretty much what you usually see. What I will point out, we had 4 new program administrators, either interim or new. That's 9 for this year. So just an awareness that, I mean, and some of it is retirement, so it's not unexpected necessarily, but the turnover has been much more significant in the last couple of years. And so we're supporting new administrators as they come into the what they're doing. We have a couple of them that I don't think have had that experience before. And so the support that we bring, and that the Academy and CAPNY, and these are our PN program administrators and our ADN, and then we have a BSN group as well. And they all provide mentors and help for those administrators. So I just wanted you to be aware, because I think we don't usually have. I was just kind of looking at the changeover in the last couple of years, and I try to do at the update meeting, I try to do at the very beginning, just a little orientation for new administrators. I generally have several of our experienced ones come because they said they always learn something new, and things do change. So I never don't invite them, but I always tell them it may be old news to you, but I think that's also another great way to connect with the new administrators. So I think that was the big thing for this quarter, getting ready for that. The annual report, we did get finished in June of 30, and then to get all that data and compile the reports that were in the education packet this time, and to see those results and outcomes. Again, a reminder, we are working with NCSBN on our core data survey or annual report. And then we do have an additional question, what we call our additional questions report, because we have some regulatory reporting requirements that are a little different from the core data. So in that packet, if you happen to look at it, there were 2 reports. One is the core data report, and one is the additional KSBN report. I will agree with Ray that our CGF&S process, because I'm involved in that review process for the educational piece, it has not slowed down and continues to kind of gain momentum. So I think that will be a good process for. And if there are any questions, besides what Ray does too, if there's any question on the educational side, I'd be glad to help with that as well. Carol mentioned the NCLEX, Next Gen NCLEX conference, 1-day virtual conference. And the only other plug I had was for our associate degree nursing program does a fall forum every year. They include the practical nurse educators as well, but that will be in October. So I just wanted to put that plug in as well. I think, so one other thing I wanted to mention, I did attend the Kansas Nurse Educator Conference in July. It was in Wichita. Newman University hosted that. But one of the things that happened is they had a very good program. They had a couple of national speakers. One was talking a lot about civility. Another one was doing a lot of work, has done a lot of work with the Next Gen and the clinical judgment model, and was, I think, really able to help the educators look at that Next Gen model, that clinical judgment model. All of them are trying to use that in their teaching, and just really did a great job of pulling that all together for them. Some great questions. The second day, the speaker was not able to get out of Atlanta. There was some weather issue, And so the conference called on two of their experienced educators, and one of them was Dee Bonenblust, who is our administrator at Lebec County. She's also on our education, has been on our education committee, just completed her second term, but she presented a kind of a legal questions and issues that come up for schools. It's something I think she's done before, but she's also has an education doctorate, is very interested in the legal side of things, and gave a wonderfully easy to understand, concise presentation, kind of just on the spot. I was just really impressed with what she did. She included me in some of the question and answer. And I think the program administrators that were there and the faculty that were there, it gave them a really nice overview. And I just wanted to give Dee that compliment as well. That and then Teresa Vetter, who is one of our retired administrators from this year, also stepped in and did a great presentation on some clinical near miss kinds of issues. So two of our own stepped in place of a national educator and did a really great job with that meeting. I just wanted to let you know about that. Unless there are questions, that concludes my report.
I had one comment about the LPN programs. We did the LPN, I had the honor of taking that test after many, many, many years. Culture shock.
Yeah.
What they are teaching the LPNs now, hands down, hard rock.
Yeah.
It would be nice to know, I think as a board, if we don't know, what all they're covering. There was interpreting EKGs on that thing. I'm used to running it, having the doc look at it. You want it again? I'm serious.
Right.
And they were asking me what that thing said. Now that's simplistic, I know.
Right.
But I don't think that the LPN education is getting as much credit as they're putting into it, because my goodness, that was a test.
Right. Exactly. And one of the things we would have told you if you actually had to take that test is that the NCLEX test plans are updated every year along with the testing itself. So educators are able to use those test plans to help plan what they're presenting and to make changes in their curriculum. And that's why we see the curriculum changes that we do, because as those test plans change and that content changes, where LPNs are working or RNs, we've talked about the severity level of patient and that has changed for RNs as well. So
Labor and delivery.
exactly.
I mean, places, when I started, you weren't seeing LPNs in those areas.
And most of our programs still consider that a specialty and may touch on it. And that's what the testing does as well. Sometimes students will say, oh, I had all OB questions. Well, they didn't, but to them,
But it's just,
seem like it.
it's just very interesting. And I think that, again, they don't realize the in-depth training that the LPNs are getting.
Right. I would agree.
It would be nice to hear from an educator how much they are putting into it. If the board is interested in hearing that.
There is some of that discussion at the education committee, and so, and all major curriculum changes are presented in detail. And the educators of the leads of those programs do come and share with that committee. So, some of that does get covered there.
Okay.
But I appreciate your comments and thank you.
I have one quick question. So how is this filtered out through the state of Kansas with the changes in curriculum and to the workforce jobs, hospitals? I know maybe that's not our job to do, but did the educators filter that out somehow to the state of Kansas, like what LPNs do today, not your 20-year ago LPN program?
So I don't know if I fully understand your question. I think that might lie on the hospitals and through continuing education and the requirements through that. it's up to hospitals to educate their workforce to care for the population that they are providing care for, and the regulating bodies that govern.
But even knowing that the workforce hasn't changed, like Audrey had said, like when she was talking about this, because we were just chit chatting and I'm like, really, I didn't realize that's what LPNs do now. Just having that updated knowledge.
Well, and I think, and I appreciate what Adri's saying, in my daily workforce, I think that we see that there are more and more LPNs being pulled back into the acute care environment, and that practice is expanding and changing, so. With the RN shortage and LPN shortage, those people are being exposed to different tasks and assessments than what they ever have been previously, so. I think you've got a great point, and there probably is additional opportunity to continue to spread that information further.
Okay.
May I make one more comment?
Sure.
I just, when you brought up taking the next gen, the education committee saw it, and it isn't within the packet report, but I did a little summary of the update for the next gen. The next generation NCLEX began on April 1st. I kind of made that comment, but we finished our first quarter with that. And I was able to compile some Kansas data, had given to Carol for another report we were doing. Meanwhile, NCSBN came out with their first quarter report. And I just wanted to bring your attention to it, just in a quick nutshell. In the US, so this is US data, from first quarter to second quarter, so pass rates for BSNs were at 83% first quarter. Second quarter, they were at 95%. That's nationwide, 95% pass rate, first time pass rates. ADN was a little bit lower they were at 79%, and it went to 93%, I think. LPNs, we've always had a fairly strong LPN group in Kansas, so the national rate of 79 point something percent was lower than what we usually see, but it went to 98%. So again, just quarters worth of data. Kansas data reflected that. So we had ADN and PN pass rates for the second quarter above the 90th percentile for both. And I can't quote exactly because I forgot to look at it but I just wanted to let you know, with that change in NCLEX, everybody was worried about that. What's that going to mean? Are we going to see a drop in rates? We've already had this drop. There was huge concern. And I think that first quarter data has really given some confidence to the changes in the testing. What they're hearing from students nationwide is this makes more sense to me. I feel like it's asking me questions I'm actually going to be able to, that I would do as a nurse. It's the way that, we've been taught. So I think the educators are doing a good job of that clinical judgment model, which really is how nurses think. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's in the report is in the education report if you get a chance to look at it. Can't tell you exactly what page, but provides a little summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. In your packet, under the staff report, you'll see the practice specialist report for September. The charting is still total cases, total cases assigned to investigators 1144. We're still in cleaning up as investigators are currently attempting to work cases that are current, as well as they will find cases that were closed due to a lapsed license. So then they will reopen those cases and bring all of those cases to the board at one time, so there can be a decision made. So that's why you'll see some that are clear back. So but those are being cleaned up. Sworn complaints still average around 20%. Of concern in the third chart and the cases in fiscal year 2023, the number of cases involving impairment that are reported are increasing. We're in the last quarter, we saw 55 impairment. And the review and investigative committee on Monday, they were wanting to know, is the impairment more work-related? Was it a new drug diversion? Was it impairment at work? Versus were they impaired during the off work time, but if enrolled in KNAP like a DUI would be? counted against them, and then that we would be notified. So we're gonna be diving into that number a little bit more to kind of figure out what is actually, where actually the impairment is occurring. But it is kind of staggering to see that that number is still climbing. The KNAP submitted their statistical annual report. Their numbers, I've asked for their numbers to be resubmitted because I'm not quite sure that they're correct. Still, we're seeing 75% RNs, 92% are licensed in Kansas, 79% are known to the board. But there is a discrepancy with those that are released due to non-compliance. We had in the, was it the quarter, Michaela? It was the last quarter where 33 were successfully released, but 34 were unsuccessfully released. And then we also had one death. And that is concerning with the rise in mental health that we are seeing. So I'm asking for more detailed information from KNAP regarding all of that. And then processing standards. We continue to meet the percentage of complaints received in the agency. We're supposed to be, our metric is over 90%, and we're currently at 98.84%. I think that's the highest we've ever been. So our system that we changed back in July of 2021 is still working, and it's still showing that we're meeting that metric. The percentage of investigations completed within 9 months of opening that went to the board in June, we're at almost 40%. We've discussed barriers internally as to case processing, like facilities' response to subpoenas for records is an issue that we're looking at. Some facilities are pushing back as far as the language of the subpoena. The subpoena is the language that's on there, has been there forever. So it's probably due for a review. And then also the timing of when the witnesses and licensees can get contacted to get their statements. The number of nurses practicing without a current license, we did have 32 unlicensed practice cases. It's staggering, but even after all the extensions during the COVID, during the pandemic, we're still seeing people who just fail to renew their license on time and then have a variety of excuses that they want to present to the committee and board. And yeah, and we've even had a few that were nursing faculty, I believe, that were also that had a lapsed license. Core reports, as Adrian mentioned, we are seeing an increase continuing. I just did 6 last week, so I think we're current. I don't have any pending, at least I've not been hit to say that you've got another one to do. So we're current with what has been presented, except I think we're waiting on some data. Aren't we on one of them? So that might be the one that we're still waiting on, but otherwise we're still trying to process those, and we're doing a pretty good job of getting those done within about a week's time, but it just varies. Staffing, we did have one resignation this last quarter. I'm not sure if it was a resignation or kind of a semi-retirement for him, but he decided to resign, and so we will be having an opening. Practice calls, I've discussed this with the practice committee. The volume and type of inquiry is unchanged. Doing a standard statement that has been given to me, and we're looking at the type and the content of the inquiry to see if we can do some education in the newsletter or something generally about those. Priorities delineated from the board strategic initiative about 1.5 years ago, I guess. So the investigative committee, I know that they'll report out this, but we're going to start meeting on Monday, October 23rd. At the 6-week mark, we're going to start meeting virtually for those meetings. And then for the quarterly meetings, we will be meeting still in person in the agency. We're going to it's trial and error. So we'll report after those meetings to kind of see how that flows and getting all the staffing issues that need to happen behind the scenes. So that meeting can go off without a hitch, hopefully. Assessing operational efficiency for case investigation process, that was the other priority. I've discussed the processing times several times and the subpoena response and interviews, and so we still look at that, and we're as efficient as we can be at the moment. So Those things are probably gonna be issues until we can kind of get some other things worked through. A lot of those changes. I think security is a big issue, so has to be approved before anything can actually ever change, so. And then the efficiency for case resolution through the disciplinary process. One of my goals this year was to look at the NCSBN discipline reports that are available. And I've looked at those. And so the outcome data for fiscal year 23 per the disciplinary staff, they denied 3 licenses. They revoked 18. There were 4 public censures, 11 consent agreements, and 22 fines. These discipline reports, there's some on there for a variety of pre-configured reports, such as like a discipline cases with a new multi-state license. So if I'm not getting a speed memo from the state, then I can pull this report to double check. There are APRNs in there who have no active RN license anywhere in the country. So I do have 22 on that list right now. So I'm looking at those to see what is the issue. One of them, one thing that I talked with Adrian about yesterday is that there is a state that will drop the nurses RN multi-state when they notify them that they're moving to a different address, like in Kansas, and they drop the multi-state without allowing that grace period per the compact. So I'll get with Adrian and visit and see who I need to contact at NCSBN to kind of maybe help with that, to allow that nurse some time to apply for a multi-state in Kansas. I also am meeting with disciplinary staff and the AAG to kind of remove barriers in processing cases once the board makes their determination of discipline, to figuring out how can we be more efficient to get those cases to them, and then also being able to help them get those cases processed through the judicial process. There's obviously things that they have to abide by, but there are some things that we could potentially assist with. So I've been starting that as well. There are some meetings that I've attended. The one I will point out to you is that Carcom's Fall Conference, I did do the presentation there for Board of Nursing 101, and I spoke on the heels of a DNP from KU who discussed the mask of mental health. And basically I was wanting to start a conversation with the risk managers and quality managers in Kansas. And so I explained in the roles of KNAP, KSBN, and the employer, and how to rehabilitate the nurse, and that a revocation is not permanent, but that perhaps sometimes the nurse is not wanting to be rehabilitated and the board has full authority to revoke a license. There was a misperception that that revocation was permanent, but I explained in the statute that applies that they can apply for reinstatement after 3 years, but the burden of proof is for them then to prove that they are sufficiently rehabilitated. So kind of figuring out some of the misperceptions that are out there, and then figuring out, what we need to do next. That was good information. They were very appreciative that the Board of Nursing took out time to come and speak. So I also had talked to them about the caseload per investigator, and they were appreciative that, there is a time frame then for us to be able to get in touch with them to be able to then work the cases that they are submitting. So, and then there is a new policy knowledge network that starts tomorrow through the NCSBN that I'm going to be listening in on and participating with. So that's all I have, and I stay for questions.
I really appreciate the detail. This is incredible. And if I think back about 2-3 years ago, and just the transparency that you've been able to bring to that committee, and we can't know details, and we know that. But the transparency that you bring about the work that's being done, this is phenomenal. And the progress is obvious. So thank you very much. I think that the board asked for that. We've heard from that from other parties that participate, and I think that's incredible work. I will also say, in my day job, I heard about your presentation through that risk management conference. Yes, and I'm very impressed with the information that you brought forward and just the connection that you have throughout the state. So thank you for your work, your relationships. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Did you tentatively plan another one for future?
I'm tentatively on for a Board of Nursing 102. for the 201. I don't know if I'll be, I don't know what I'm waiting for the data to come back so that they can tell me what they want to hear about. So we might do a deeper dive into a certain aspect. But I felt like that, since the discipline case management conference in May, focus on the mental health of the licensees, and then the timing of it was Tanner Funk, I think was his name, from KU. Very good presentation. So I followed up, and Ruth, I took her, well, she drove me since I can't drive still yet, but she said I connected the first presentation to my presentation very well, so it flowed. And I was very thankful that she gave me that input afterwards. But so I'm excited. I do go to Emporia State in November to talk to their students, their graduating seniors. They've asked me to come and speak on legal ethical and nursing professionalism. And she said, I want you to really speak on nursing professionalism. So I don't know what their questions are, but as I find out more information, it kind of just leads to more education. So, yeah.
That's wonderful. I have a quick question. Is Emporia the first school you've gone to? Or
It
not
will
done
be
this
the
in
first
past?
school that I will have gone to, but Patsy Zeller, one of the board meetings previous, had asked me to come out west, and she would get like a region of schools. And Carol has said in the past that, we've gone and done something like that. And so I look to see that this is going to increase. Providence, well, not Providence, I did meet them because they did raise their hands and identify themselves, so I did went out and talk to them. But Stormont Vale also came up and asked me if we would be willing to come and speak directly to all of their charge nurses and directors of nursing and everybody, just a scaled down version of what I presented to the whole Carcom group. But and I said, yeah, I said after January 1, because just trying to get this done, as well as the open records, as well as the CE broker, as well as the new virtual city. I've got a lot on my plate and practice calls. And I will say on the practice calls, the one who was doing them routinely, Ruth, throughout the pandemic, and I mentioned this to practice yesterday, she moved to part-time status. So I assumed all the practice call inquiries that come in, and that's averaging 8 to 12 hours a week that I don't have, that I'm trying to figure out how do I group them to be able to find the answers and the resources to refer them to where this is what I can tell you. So, and thus far, the responses back from those who I've indicated this, our general statement, as well as if a complaint is filed, this is the process, but these are the statutory regs that I would refer you to. Thus far, I've not had anybody challenge any of that. They've been very thankful that I took the time to get at least provide something. So it's working right now. So I still chemically dependent hair, but
You've done great work.
thank
And if
you.
you figure out how to create more time in the day, then I'll be interested.
Yeah, I'll let you know, but that'll be in another report.
I will look forward to it. Great, thank you, Janelle. Any other questions for
Linda.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You two sit together all day. Both blonde.
Yeah.
All right. How's everybody doing? Do we need a break before we go into our committee meetings? We want to keep plowing through. Doing okay? Okay. All right. So we will go to Education Committee, and I will hand the meeting over to Becky. So just an update on the Education Committee. We did have a full meeting yesterday. Some little things that came up. We did have 2 schools come and present to us because we had concerns with pass rates. You will hear in the motions that one of those schools we did vote to move to. Our recommendation to the full board is that we move them to conditional approval. There's just some real opportunity, and I think some concern maybe with some of the steps that had taken place so far, and that motion was made and that suggestion's coming here. The other school that presented to us had very clear action plans and obviously doesn't have final pass rates for 2023 yet, but they're projected right now as showing a marked improvement that would achieve the standard. So we're pretty excited to see that the work they have done, so the committee didn't have any recommendations for change there. With that, I think I'll start with the motions. It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request for Osawatomie State Hospital FHT program to change from a 3-level program to a 2-level program.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the major curriculum change request from Benedictine College School of Nursing to, there's 5 bullets here, create a new course in URS 4100 Nursing Care of Adults 2, create a new clinical course in URS 4110 Care of Adults 2 Clinical, eliminate NURS 4500 and replace it with a new course in URS 4800 Nursing Care of Adults 3, and then eliminate NURS 4510, create a new course in URS 4810 Nursing Care of Adults 3 Clinical, and revise NURS 4910 Capstone Clinical and increase the credit hours from 2 to 3 credits.
There a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to place Fort Scott Community College ADN program on conditional approval with a focused site visit to occur prior to admission of next admission period.
There's a second.
I'll second this working board member.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the PN programs on full approval status through December 20th, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Oh, Cart. Okay.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
We do annually approve the programs that have approval status. We do that, so that's what these are. It's just the annual approval. It was moved to reapprove the ADN programs on full approval status through December of 2024.
There a second?
I'll second. Oh,
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
yes.
Opposed, nay, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the BSN programs on full approval status through December of 2024.
Is there a second?
Second, Char.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to reapprove the 2 ADN programs, Donnelly College and Seward County Community College on conditional approval status through December of 2024.
There a second?
Second. I'll second. Melissa Work as a board member.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
This, I probably should have said part of this in the report too. This is a suggested change coming from the Education Committee regarding refresher requirements, and there was some comparisons done of Kansas throughout the nation, and it was found that we have the highest requirement for clinical when it comes to nurses who have had an expired license for 5 years and they have to go back to school. So we looked at that, and the recommendation, this is a rules and regs change, not a statute change, But, the recommendation coming from the committee was to bring that number of hours of clinical down to be more comparable to what other states do. Educators in the room talked a lot about it, and I think that it really meet their expectations. So it was moved to change the refresher requirements for Kansas to be RN didactic 120, meaning that 120 hours would be in the clinical setting. 96 of those hours would be acute, 24 of those hours could be of choice. So maybe somebody might say, you know, they work in a clinic or they work in public health, those kinds of things, long-term care. So they could choose on those 24 hours. And for PN, that they would have 120 hours of didactic and then 90 skilled. 90 of those hours would be either for acute or.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Now, is there any discussion, any more questions, any other discussion? All those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Can I ask a question? When will that be effective now that the motion passes?
I can make the regulation change, and it depends if you want me to bring that back in December for you to do, or if you just want me to revise the reg and start it through the approval process through the state. I mean, typically, I would say roughly it takes 4 to 6 months to get changes through. It kind of depends how fast things move through.
Could we have addressed that in the investigative committee, because we do work with the nurse, we get the nurses who need the license and the temp license when they do their clinical part.
Right.
And so I think the investigative team and Rachel would probably want to know, having to kind of when that change is official, just I'm curious, so it would be. Yeah, so 4 to 6 months.
Do you want me to bring back the draft of the revision in December, or do you just want me to start the revision through? I mean, it's pretty clear.
It is pretty clear.
Yeah.
Start.
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 I will start it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the team, investigative team is aware of that since we do deal with that. Okay.
It was a move to approve KSA 651119 as written.
There's a second?
I'll second what they said for number.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve KSA 651133 as written.
There's a second?
I'll second Melissa what they said for number.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the petition for permission to test retest summary from May 16th, 2023 through August 21st of 2023, which includes Emma Gerber, Guadalupe Espino, Charles Camito, Karina Vasquez.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. That concludes my report. Okay, move on to investigative committee. Thank you very much. I think Linda pretty much has summed up our meeting. We didn't have any action items this time around. We just had the discussions and we were looking at KNAP and statistics and increase in unlicensed practice and failures of KNAP. We're looking at all that. And then we are excited about trying out meeting between the quarterly.
Just to add to, because you had asked if KNAP could come and speak to the
Oh, that's right.
investigative
Thank
committee.
you for reminding me. Yes, and we are going to have them come to our committee in December. And meet the
And
new.
would it be appropriate that we are looking more at, the mental health side and finding resources? If KNAP doesn't provide that?
I think that's a topic you can bring up, with KNAP and see what they.
Yeah,
have
well,
to
we
say.
are looking to bring that up. If they don't provide that in how we can help with that for the rehabilitative side of it.
That's great. That's great.
Because as Michaela brought up, we want the root cause.
Yeah.
Which brings us all back to our nursing root cause.
Well, I'm grateful that the committee is doing that, and remember, as board members, you can sit in and listen to any committee, and that's a really important topic, so thank you to Becky for leading that and doing that, and if you have interest in that, please feel free to sit in and listen to the investigating committee.
More than welcome. And we are officially meeting on Monday, October the 23rd. In the morning, and we're doing the Zoom meeting to address our cases, and we're really trying, and we're excited. Work out the kinks and maybe keep on rolling.
Maybe Monday in December won't be quite as.
Well, it will eliminate the volume. It absolutely will. That's a good side of doing this. It will eliminate the volume that we get quarterly.
And our investigators are really helping with the questions they bring forward in the reports.
We're showing those reports down. Lynn's just doing a fantastic job.
That's evident to her.
Yeah,
So thank you.
we're shoring everything up and improving speed and efficiency and everything for everybody, including us, that review those ones every 3 months. Good job to the community. They're doing a good job.
Okay. Anyone can know, like the questions about any.
We had a good discussion yesterday. With an update of CE broker, currently. Programs can now submit their continuing education through CE broker or through the previous process. And so we'll reevaluate in about 6 months how that's going for the board, having both those options. You need to make any changes at that time. And then we had several long-term providers to review, so I'll hop right in to those motions. Please move to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for ARJ Infusion Services LT 0285-0913.
I'll second, Mario.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
We can have a discussion, but yes. Any opposed, signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Gerard Medical Center LT 02541272.
I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Great Plains Health Alliance LT 0019-0149.
I'll second their card. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Any opposed signify by saying no. Any discussion? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Levette Health LT 0034-1127.
Motion. Second. Thanks, Michaela. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to deny the initial long-term provider application for Osawatomie State Hospital LT 0111-1105.
I'll second Mario. Any discussion on that one? That one's very different. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application from the University of Kansas St. Francis, LP 0061-0138.
I'll motion. Also, I think.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application from William Duke Memorial Hospital, LT 0091-1138.
I'll second the card.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application for Hutchinson Regional Medical Center, LT 0025-1127.
Michelle Terry, second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the long-term provider 5-year renewal application after submission of the resume of Joanne Blevins from China Mission Public Schools, LT 0069-0149.
I'll second the
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
It was moved to approve the KSA 65-1129 as written.
I'll second. Thanks, Lori. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. Any, Melissa?
Okay, the practice committee. We met yesterday. Remember. So we are on our final draft for the RN LPN scope of practice, the comparison chart. Okay. And then, so we are on our final draft of that, so hopefully we'll have that completed in December. That is on the agenda. The reporting for KAR 60-7-111 misdemeanor convictions, and making sure we have a timeline comparison for that. And we tabled that to review with the new review process. So we'll address that once that comes up in our review process. And then we did get an update on the practice calls, which are very interesting, and some ideas about maybe leaning more into schools, like this is what we're getting, more education, maybe a 101 to some kind of questions that are coming up routinely for the Kansas State Board of Nursing, and leaning into either symposiums, organizations, mentorship, something along those lines. Getting that back out to the community that would help with the professionalism around the state. So that was an idea that we're going to look into going forward. We did hear from, in the new business, we did hear from Lisa Horn with KDHE about a public health scope of practice toolkit for nurses and unlicensed assistant personnel, which we need to further review. That was just our initial evaluation, our initial presentation, and we would like to have Charles look at it as well, our legal counsel, before going forward or deciding for some approval from the board. And then we went into meeting ran long. So we went into the Carol to give us an update on the review process, and then we had to end up tabling that because we were out of time. So we didn't get to any of our new regulations for the review process. So that was the meeting for the practice committee. Any questions? Did I leave anything out, Linda? Okay.
We have homework.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, we do have homework. Both the committees I chair have homework. So, we all have homework. Yes, you don't want to be on those committees. So we have homework. So that's what I have for you for the practice committee, Madam Chair.
And I skipped 8 here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the APRN committee, we did, that was also a very long meeting. Well, I guess it wasn't long, it was appropriately. So we went through, we did have an on-site packet that was reviewed. We did have a revision to the agenda from the midwives about CEUs and clarification. And I forgot to mention this in my last meeting report, but we did thank all the rotating members off of the practice committee as well as the APRN committee, and their certificates will be sent, or we picked them up yesterday. We had a very short review from the PMP committee report. Just trying to get people to sign up with K-Trax. And we had a very update report from the CNM independent regulations. They haven't met with the Board of Healing Arts since March of 2023. So it's been quite a while since they've met and reviewed regulations and getting those put forward. So, and then we also had a review of the licensure types between the RN, APRN, nurse midwives, retired versus in between jobs versus a temporary license. And the nurse midwives do have to, they pay into the stabilization fund. And that is they have a single insurance payer there. So there's not a lot of variety. And so it is a higher rates compared to the other professions, nurse practitioners, et cetera. So we were just looking at that to see if there's something that could potentially be done in the future. Then the 5-year statute review, for which we did have a motion for KSA 65-1153, KSA 65-1154, KSA 65-1163, and the motion in that committee was approved as written, and I do have a motion for here for the board, if it's all right with, go forward with that. I move to approve KSA 65-1153 and KSA 65-1154 and KSA 65-1163 as written, no changes.
Motion.
1 second for Kurt.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much. For our new business, we did get an update from CANA on the Senate Bill 112. Brian, the president, did update us as well as Mitch DeCrease about going forward this next legislative session. They really feel good about potentially getting that passed and updating their statutes and getting everybody a little more aligned as to what they do, and so they can practice throughout the state of Kansas to have that matching. And so that'll be up. And so what we decided also when we heard that was that we would group the CRNA updating of their regulations more towards the end post legislative session. So once we had to do changes, it'd kind of be all inclusive at one time. Let's see, we did get a report on the APRN programs approved for licensure. That was pretty much the last thing we did. We had to table the graduate preceptor qualifications, KAR 60-17-104 for next, for December, as well as clinical hour requirements. The draft of KAR 60-17-105 revision that was tabled. And that was the conclusion of our meeting. Did I miss anything? Okay. Yeah, it's a whole robust discussion.
I have a quick question, on the stabilization fund, what you're exploring is more than one provider for that, did I understand that correctly, or that seems odd to me that there's just one provider, did I understand that?
Yes,
Correctly.
and that is from what I understand, that is because the nurse midwives are under the Board of Healing Arts. And for the Kansas State Stabilization Fund is why they have to receive their insurance from them. And all they have is Camco. Is that correct? And so for other providers, nurse practitioners, we are open to explore other possibilities and lower rates, and we have other options. We're not tied into a one provider for insurance.
So is the committee exploring more than one option for them, or was it just a discussion?
It was just a
Okay,
discussion.
gotcha.
It was
I
just
see.
a discussion.
Carol has some, can I just add some history? Okay. The two APRN roles that are required in the state of Kansas to have insurance through the Healthcare Stabilization Fund are the CRNAs and the nurse midwives. The other two roles right now are not required. We don't really do anything with the Healthcare Stabilization Fund because they're totally different than us. I've met with them to talk and see what the options are, because when they look at the midwives, anybody who has an active midwife license is required to get insurance through them. What they're bringing to the APRN committee is those that are not active in clinical practice, and they're maybe just teaching, not just teaching, but that's what they're doing, is teaching and doing didactic. They feel like there needs to be a different license type or a different something other than an active license, so perhaps they would not have to get that through healthcare stabilization. I mean, the thing of having more than one, that would truly be through healthcare stabilization. We don't really do anything. What they're kind of wanting us to do is look at another license type so they can get around that active, because we don't have anything like that.
I understand that.
The numbers of nurse midwives are low. And I don't know how many are actually would fall into that, not doing clinical practice, because what she asked yesterday is, could we do that? And they would just have a different license type. And the first thing that goes through my mind, and probably the other staff in the room, is we don't know who is just doing teaching and not clinical. And then I brought up to her, okay, if you're teaching and you're in a clinical setting with students, you're doing clinical, you know, so there's a very fine line, I think. And we would know that this person is doing didactic only and never is doing clinical. That's not information we know. So,
And it's difficult to prove.
yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so giving them a different license type, I mean, we don't have a different license type in the nurse practice. So that would take statute changes and everything like that, for that to, that's kind of some of the discussion.
Okay.
That's why I needed more time to think about that one, because I did not get prepared for that.
Yeah, the ramifications.
Yeah.
And it's a statute change, and I knew it probably would be, and we don't know how long that takes, so it's, need to do a little more.
Yeah, but we can't really do anything about the healthcare stabilization. I have talked to them and they understand that they also have a board too, you know, so,
Thank you for that report. That's good discussion. I think it's important that we all, I think just came up to know that we just kind of get on now.
Moving on to finance committee. I don't have any motions from that committee, so I just an update, Becky, is and most of it you've already seen here. Carol talked about she'll be finalizing the budget this week, so I don't know that there was anything significant even shared with you updates. And we were on CD broker, and then the data center is all complete, so I don't know if there's than that. It was a very fast meeting, so. Moving on from there, let's start with our unfinished business. We have about 15 minutes before we need to convene for an executive session at about 11 o'clock. But let's start with a report on the NCSBN annual meeting. You've already seen the award presentation, and that was quite exciting. It was great to have staff at that meeting and to have you all present. So thanks for doing that. And we want to make some comments about the other items addressed in NCSBN.
Well, annual meeting is their business meeting, so there were a few business things. We brought two other provinces in Canada, and I don't remember off the top of my head, I'm sorry. The ones in as an associate member, and that's very interesting. You know, it's just really interesting to hear the Canada representatives there and how they do things in Canada and stuff like that, because it's nice to go, you know, here outside the United States. I really enjoy that. And then they have the election of some of the officers. They were not all of their terms were up, but of course Adrian's treasurer, he went off as that, but actually the new treasurer is Lori Scheid from Missouri, like my counterpart in Missouri. And so that's really nice. But they had some other elections, and I'm sorry, I can't remember them all off the top of my head. They had a really good keynote speaker. I mean, they had, probably the highlight for us was the award dinner and ceremony. They did take a professional picture of us, and I'm not sure how we're gonna get that and stuff like that.
We do have one, actually. I think Colton has it.
Oh, okay. I guess the question that I have maybe for the board is, where do you want the award displayed upstairs? You know, it can be put on the wall. It's also on that stand. I don't know what your thoughts are. Staff has been asking me, Jackie has possession. I kid you not, she loves it and nobody gets to touch that. So, but she keeps asking me, so where are you gonna put it? I'm like, you know, it's the board's decision, not really ours, so.
There's the picture.
That's all we're blue.
Yeah, sapphire. Yeah. Yeah. It was fun, yeah.
Is there a problem with where it's at now?
And Jackie, well, no,
Decide where it goes. We should come back.
Right, you have to realize Jackie has eyes on the lobby at all times.
Yeah.
So, you know, plus the lobby's locked, so we know when people come in the lobby now. You know, the only thing of leaving it in there is people coming into the lobby cannot see it, and I don't
see it.
Yeah, they would not see it because it's right, you see her desk and then it's right over there.
In the lobby, so they can see it. Yeah, and you have a little thing off to the side where the window is. As you look at it to the right side.
We have a little table over in the corner, we probably could, we just wanted to make sure it didn't get knocked off and the glass get broken or anything like that, but. We don't have a lot of kids that come in like we did probably pre-COVID. And again, Jackie's got eyes on that one. Sometimes she does a great job, but. I think that makes sense. Yeah, nobody's gonna see it back.
Yeah.
Clear boxes and something, if you don't want to hang it on the wall. We don't, yeah, in the lobby.
Well, the stand is very nice. Originally, we thought on the wall, but the stand is actually very, very nice. I didn't know it had a stand until it arrived in the mail. I don't think anything else.
The only other thing was kind of at the end of NCSBN, there was some discussion there, and there is a multi-state APRN agreement. And so Kansas is not a part of that. We have not enacted that. So I don't know that that's a piece for us, but it was interesting to hear that discussion. And there's conflict and discussion about the number of practice hours that's required for that. And so there was a motion made by one state to sunset the current bill and then take it back to draft and then reestablish it. There are not very many states that are active in that compact APRN, like
Three or
three or four.
It has to get to seven before it's implemented. And I think there's legislation in some of the other states, but, you know, I mean, it would, I will tell you, I think it would be very good because the nurse licensure compact has made all the difference in the world as far as moving nurses. It's never been easier to bring an RN or an LPN into Kansas, as long as they have that multi-state license. But there's like 2,080 practice hours in the APRN compact. Now, what that means, if Kansas was part of that APRN compact, number one, most of the practicing APRNs right now probably have that. If they wanted to switch to a multi-state, it would be just like the NLC, only it would be, you know, at the APRN level. So depending on how you set it up, you know, when you did the NLC, you gave the licensees an option to either do single or multi. And, you know, that would be something that you would have to think about. But if you have a practicing APRN like Melissa, and she has single state right now, she decides she wants to go to multi-state. Okay, the practice hours are not an issue because she's already practicing. I mean, that's like 1 year. But if you had a new one who wanted to go for that, okay, they wouldn't be able to get a multi-state until they have the 2,080 practice hours. However, they can get a single state. That they don't have to have the practice hours to get a single state practice for a year and then get the multi-state. But that's kind of an issue. Some of the national, not NCSBN, but some of the national APRN agencies are very concerned about that. And then the other thing that I think was kind of a hot spot is the commission that kind of oversees the compact, with the NLC commission oversees the compact, not really NCSBN, but this NLC commission. Every state that's a part of the compact has a commissioner represented on there. A lot of times it's the executive officer because they have a better idea what's, you know, going on sometimes in their agency and stuff like that, like I am for Kansas for the NLC. Okay, well, for the APRN, it would be set up very similar to that. Some of them had great concerns because the requirement would not be that it has to be an APRN. And so they were concerned about that. But I will tell you, there's a bunch of execs that are licensed as APRNs too. So, and I don't know a whole lot of execs, truthfully, that if they know that something's going to be discussed about APRN, they're going to be talking to people in their state and getting feedback and stuff like that. But I think those were probably the two biggest.
It was voted down, so the proposal was to eliminate the APRN bill that currently exists, and that was turned down, so it still does exist.
So they turned down shortening the hours.
So the proposal was to completely eliminate the bill that's been approved and to pull full approval away from it, to not have any multi-state APRN bill at all, and then take it back to the drawing table and revamp it, and they would bring it forth, was the proposal. And that was denied. So they chose to leave the bill as it is, and there was not a proposal just to change the hours per se. And but there was a lot of discussion, and that did come to a vote.
I have worked with a lot of new APRNs. They struggle because they're thrown into the shark's tank. They're taking on full loads.
Right. I think it was good discussion, and I bring it up here just because I think it's important that we're all aware of what's going on nationally in some of those conversations. And so as you see literature and things come up also, you know, as APRN committee meets, thinking about what do we want to do within that compact license? What would that mean for people?
Kansas probably has one step that they need to get into place before they do that though, and that is the CRNAs. To get more full practice for them, because they were not included in that APRN bill. before. That was the other three roles that kind of got what we call full practice. They can practice, you know, according to their education and their training. But the CRNAs were not there, and that's what this report is, the bill is that Melissa was talking about. They actually got it through the Senate side last year, so now they just have to get it through the House side. So they're working on that, and that would position Kansas better to try to go for the APRN compact.
Were all the states in the APRN contract, full practice authority? Because what about the states who are not? Would they
I
be
think
allowed
they
to be?
were, weren't they?
They have to align with the
joined it?
APRN consensus.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so when you,
So it wasn't like any of them were going from a collaborative agreement requirement directly to the compact. They had passed legislation to do what we call the full practice authority to eliminate the need for a collaborative agreement. That was kind of a step, and you know, the national certification is another step, okay? And that was in that APRN bill. We've always had national certification for the CRNAs. That's not an issue for them. So that was another piece of the consensus model that we got in place. So I think Kansas is getting closer to where they could try that if they wanted to. I think there's a better understanding in the legislature about compacts because of the nurse licensure compact. And I understand that maybe there's gonna be a bill going forward next year for maybe social work compacts. So I think there's a lot more interest in it over there than maybe there was when the NLC went through in 2018. There wasn't really great knowledge of what a compact was. And so,
I just wonder about the states that don't have full practice authority, if they would be a part, if they would be able to be a part, not that that affects us, but. Of
not
that.
to be part of that. Well, unless they went from where they are now to try to go directly, but I think that's a really big jump. They don't
Yeah.
really have the pieces in place.
It seems like most of them have started with the
Yeah.
full practice. I guess I assume maybe there are some that could start the other way.
Right.
I think there's a lot of interest in the APRN. You know, the states that are kind of struggling with the NLC right now, it's in 41 states and jurisdictions are the ones that have unions. They greatly oppose the NLC. But Washington State just got it passed and they were heavy unions, so they got it through. So maybe that will help in some of the other ones. And there may be one or two states that maybe don't have an interest to join it. But, you know, I don't know, but the goal is to try to get all 50 states, and I think that would be great.
So with that, it's 11 o'clock. I think we're prepared for our executive session at this time, so I believe there's.
Here, Becky.
Pursuant to KSA 75-4319 I move that the board recess into executive session for how many minutes? 30 minutes and reconvene at 11:30 a.m. The meeting will be reconvened by Zoom and in room 509, Landon State Office Building, Building 900 Southwest Jackson, Topeka, Kansas 66612. As stated in the notice of the meeting that was sent to individuals who requested the notice and is published on the board's website at https://ksbn.kansas.gov. The justification is consultation with KSBN Executive Administrator Karen Warren, KSBN Legal Counsel Charles Venturis, Director of Operations Adrian Guerrero, KSBN Continuity of Operations Planning Manager Michelle Brown, and the KISO non-cabinet agency information security officer Nathaniel Kuntz for the annual review of the KSBN co-op plan and its submission to the Kansas Division of Emergency Management for Executive Order 23-03, as well as an annual review of the KSBN information security program.
Could we say? Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the part.
And then for discussion, I think there's a proposal to amend the motion to give us an extra 5 minutes so that folks could take a quick restroom break, so.
Come to me at 11:35.
Thank you.
And then all those in favor?
All those in favor of our amended motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
All right.
Great, thank you. So
Oh, you guys muted yourselves.
I was just
There you
trying to
go, you're
move
back.
thank you.
Agricultural board member, I move to agree with the direction of the board in going with the Kansas State Board of Information Security Program and continuity of operations plan.
Second. No, I said.
Any discussion?
Or that one.
All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstentions? Motion carries. So I think we will stop here for a lunch break, and I would remind you, we're a little later than what we originally thought we would be, so how about 10 after the hour, we will gather upstairs in the office, in the State Board of Nursing office, to have our photo taken. So if you have to pick up a call or step away for a minute, if you can try to gather as many folks as you can up there at 10 after.
And I believe they're setting up the food down in that room that it was last time. So you can just go down there and have a place to eat and stuff like that.
We reconvene the board meeting probably 20 after, I think it's 10 minutes or so for a photo until 12:20-ish.
We'll keep somebody down here so you can leave, your stuff if you want to. You don't have to take everything, Try to. Thank you.
Bolton, are you with us?
I am.
Third.
There it goes.
Okay, Colton, I think we'll be ready as soon as you get us pulled up.
You're up.
All right, so we are reconvening the meeting of the Kansas State Board of Nursing. And I am gonna jump just a little bit in the agenda. We have two guests here and they've been waiting and, I'm sorry, we ate and ourselves, so now then. So let's start with Jaren Cassidy from Kansas Hospital Association. You're here to give us an update on the apprenticeship programs.
Yes. Where do you prefer?
Anywhere you're comfortable. If you want to sit beside Charles there.
It will pick you up whenever you talk. Yeah,
Okay.
because you've got people with you.
Grab another chair and just pull it up. with-
All sliding.
Yeah.
We encourage self-care, so we're glad to do it.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you all. It's a pleasure to be back here. I think I've had the opportunity to be here a couple times throughout this year, so thanks for having me back again. I am joined today with a couple colleagues, a few of our chief nursing officers. I'll let them introduce themselves in a moment. You'll get to hear not just from me today. So we did just want to come and share a few updates briefly with our healthcare apprenticeships that we have been working on across the state of Kansas. And do have a couple updates specifically regarding some of the nursing piecing in those components in particular. Overall, we do now have 3 hospitals that have launched healthcare apprenticeships throughout the state of Kansas. And they are targeting roles like CNAs, medical assistants for their clinics, and medical biller and coders. So not just clinical roles, but again, there's a lot of opportunities for non-clinical, really ways to grow your own. And so that's really been a popular one. There are 9 other hospitals that are in what we kind of call the onboarding stage of preparing to launch. And so those hospitals are looking at those 3 similar occupations, but also some things with their dietary departments to train that side of the workforce, some maintenance roles, again, more CNAs, medical assistants, but also pharmacy techs and some lab employees. So it's really across the spectrum of the healthcare workforce. And so we're really excited about that progress. One of the most in-demand roles that our hospitals, and I have the opportunity to work a lot with our partners on the long-term care side and with the primary care clinics. Everybody wants to do nursing apprenticeships. And so that is the hot topic that we would like to get to. And if you may recall, in March, I believe it was, you all passed a statement of support for really LPN apprenticeships. And so we're really grateful for that. And that's helped with some of the conversations with colleges, with the Board of Regents, with some other external stakeholders to get that rolling. But one of the gaps that we have identified is really on that pre-licensure aspect of rolling out a nursing apprenticeship. And I'll let some of my colleagues here share a little bit of their desire and their interest, and we can explore that a little bit today, but also maybe even look at another opportunity to discuss that a little bit more in detail at a future meeting if there is any of that interest. But there is that's the pre-licensure side, but we'll just comment briefly on the post-licensure side. There are post-licensure RN and LPN, essentially a nurse residency program. I'm sure many of you are familiar with that. If you're not, it's really just a transition to practice after a nurse graduates from a college. They pass their NCLEX, so they are considered a nurse, but there is it's considered an apprenticeship, really just in the way of that transition from, okay, they're entering the actual workforce. We really want to prepare them for 6 months to a year on what those skills look like in practice. And it's really, there's a lot of evidence that's based out there and research to show that when you can support nurses in particular in that first year, they're much more likely to be retained, not just at that hospital, but in healthcare in general, versus if they are not. And so that post-licensure side, we are submitting that for approval for the state of Kansas at the Kansas Apprenticeship Council. There was nothing that the Board of Nursing would be involved in just due to its post-licensure. We did have Janelle and Carol attend a meeting with Mindy and Pam Masters at Washburn Tech to discuss some other aspects with maybe a CNA to LPN pre-licensure component. But I will just, I guess, pass it off to Mindy and then Krista for them to be able to share, who they are, but also their organizations and what they're looking at doing with, apprenticeships, but also with the nursing side in particular. So.
Yeah, so I'm Mindy Oberdeen. I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Community Home Care System in Onega, Kansas. And I first want to thank you all for the work that you do as at the State Board of Nursing level. Krista and I have just been in awe today watching you slot of things that you're responsible for. And so I think that's just wonderful. For what we want to do at CHCS, we do want to look at a CNA to LPN bridge, but staying within the rules of the Nurse Practice Act. So what I'm looking at is helping to support a CNA in a CNA apprenticeship role while they go through LPN school, not allowing them to do any nursing care while they're in school, but allowing them to get work credit. So like we would pay them for nursing school, like online classes and things like that, so that we're supporting them through their nursing journey without fuzzy in the lines between Nurse Practice Act and what a CNA is going to be doing. So what we would help them do is help guide them through their prerequisites for that LPN program, help them get in contact with the School of Nursing, take the required testing for that, enroll, get accepted, and then support them through that year of training. Not so much they do on-the-job training that's LPN related, they would still do the on-the-job training that was CNA. And then after they became an LPN, then we would look to do that residency after they pass the NCLEX. So we would let them do, hopefully let them do a LPN apprenticeship residency program after they pass the NCLEX. So just trying to stay within the boundaries of that. And what I'm doing is I'm working with Washburn Tech, Pam Masters. I know her from many years ago, and I actually have some nurses that are interested in becoming nursing instructors. So it's a way for a hospital to give back to the schools of nursing that are challenged to have A, clinical sites and B, instructors. So my nurse wants to be an instructor. She's in a master's program to become a nurse educator. Pam, my plan is for Pam to go ahead and formally interview her and approve her and work her through, and she would be part of their program. But then we would work with Washburn Tech to have clinical sites both at Onega Hospital and probably we have 2 long-term cares. So at one or both of our long-term cares. We obviously would want our CNA apprentice to be in those clinical sites, but then also allow for Washburn Tech to fill up the clinical site with other students as appropriate. So that's kind of what we're doing. And it's, I think, anything more formal yet. I kind of wanted to see what your guys' thoughts were before I did more of the let's move ahead. So
I will share that we you would, and we also are not attorneys, so I would encourage you to connect with your legal counsel to make sure that you're abiding by the statutes of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act. Make healthcare more robust. So I would offer that, but I don't think that you'll walk out of here today with an approval or anything like that. So it's just, that's not our role. And we don't really have the authority to approve or deny an apprenticeship program. That's not within the Nurse Practice Act.
Okay.
Just for clarity on that purpose.
No,
So,
that's
but
helpful.
yeah, I'd open it up to board members if there's comments or anything you'd like to offer.
And if you don't, I might also invite Krista, if you want to share, I might have one more comment as well for Sarah.
Yeah, so Mindy and I work together quite often. I'm Krista Eiler, I'm the Chief Nursing Officer at Fulton Hospital, so just north of Topeka. And I think we both are really excited about the opportunity, and some of the things that we really see envision this providing are very similar. one of the things that we have done is we're really close to Topeka. I'm really passionate about nursing students getting a rural experience. So quite often their clinical experiences are kind of long-term care and then more large tertiary centers. And they don't ever see the wealth of opportunity in a small hospital. So we have long-standing relationships with several schools providing clinical instruction that just gives that exposure to a small hospital. We really like to take that and provide a more robust clinical experience. So we're working with three different schools actually to kind of employ a clinical instructor. So it's one of our nurses. They know our facility, they know what's going on in our facility. They can make sure that the students get a really robust experience and get the exposure that they need. It's not somebody strange walking in who's like, I don't know, where do I put the students? Like, I guess just assign them and I'll supervise. So we really want to work towards that. And that to me is a piece of this. We have several just amazing staff members, and some are clinical and some are really not clinical. And we know there's a lot of financial challenges for people right now. So as I look through our organization, we have some CNAs existing right now, but we have some non-clinical people that would love to pursue a career in healthcare. They're working in our hospital because they care about healthcare, but they don't see a path forward because they're financially contributing to their family. They're working full time. They just don't see it as an option. So we really would really like to continue conversations with that LPN apprentice model. It's taken me probably 8 weeks of weekly calls trying to even understand the apprentice model and apply it to healthcare. But to look at the option of how do we maybe use those partnerships when we're already providing LPN clinicals in our facility and maybe offer payment for those clinical hours to help offset some of that loss of salary that those people face when they try to pursue that education. I think for LPNs, especially for people at that level entering healthcare, it could be a game changer and could really open up that opportunity for so many people to pursue a career in healthcare. And I started as an LPN, so it is kind of a passion for me because I do think that was my entryway, that was my path in. And obviously I think I just kept going. So I think, you know, if we can get them in the door, that's an amazing opportunity for us to help them grow and continue.
And one comment adding on to that, so we actually have collaborated a lot with the Office of Apprenticeship, housed over in the Department of Commerce, and I believe this week they are going to release, they kind of created a little a white paper, if you will, about the idea of nursing apprenticeships, both the post-licensure side, but also the pre-licensure side, and they did some research to look at what other states are doing. And so that might be something we could forward along, and if you want to look at that, if there's questions, we'd be happy to, ask, we can discuss those in the interim. But kind of to Krista's point, I think, there is that interest of, continuing, not just to keep the Board of Nursing in the loop, which we will absolutely do, but maybe look at opportunities of, could there be potential payment for clinicals under an apprenticeship model like other states have done? Or, some states have created a, kind of like a nurse tech designation or an LPN apprentice designation to where they're certainly not working under the scope of practice as an LPN, but really, maybe a little bit more than a CNA, but kind of in that in-between to allow them to do those clinicals and get some of that on-the-job training. And in fact, Texas just did something with both LPN and RNs in the last month. And so it'll kind of detail what some of the states are doing. And once we get that, I'll forward that along so you can take a look. But again, if there's an opportunity maybe to have questions or conversations either between this meeting or next, or I'm sure we could, put some more stuff together and maybe come back for a future meeting if there is that interest. We'd love to explore any of that with you all as a, as a partner, if you all have that interest, certainly.
We certainly appreciate you both being here and your innovative work that you're doing. Sharon, thank you for helping lead this throughout the state. I know there's a lot of talk about it and a lot of interest, so congratulations for what you're doing. I know both of your hospitals very well. In fact, I was employed at Holton for a short time. Very good facilities. Anyway, thank you very much for what you're doing. Any comments, questions from the board?
I just have a quick question. So how long would your program be? Did I hear 6 months?
So the common apprenticeship model is 12 to 24 months. They kind of hit that 12 to 18 month window. looking at, I think we're trying to apply what's available really creatively. So right now, there's not, we can't pay somebody for clinical hours. It's not an option at this point. I think it would be a great option for LPNs moving forward, but you would have to have really clear guidance on that, you're getting paid for supervised clinical hours. When you're in that facility and you're in another role and it's not part of that clinical rotation, that's not paid under that apprenticeship model. So really making sure that we're following the rules that we should, and we're providing the supervision and the quality experience that they deserve. So I think 12 to 18 months is kind of the general time frame, but you can adjust that and move that a little bit to make it fit, those transitional models. So somebody who you're helping to grow, you can adjust that time frame.
I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the hospital association's leadership and support of the nursing profession and the expansion of that workforce. We really appreciate that partnership with KHA.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, and now we have Amy Garcia, who is here with Kansas Nursing Leadership and Workforce Center.
Yes, I am. Do we have a set of slides?
Well, I believe we do.
Okay, great. I'm gonna pass these.
Colton, did you catch that part?
And right behind me.
Slides.
Yep, I am getting those.
I'm so delighted to be here.
He said he thought it was.
Just say, give me 1 second. Stop it. Apologies, my PowerPoint is telling me I need to do things. Here we go. Okay, share this, please.
Thank you very much.
All right, can you guys see it? Okay.
And yes, thank you, Colton.
All right, you'll have to tell me when to go to the next one.
Hand it over to you, Amy.
Great. Thank you. It's after lunch and I see a room full of folks who are interested. My name's Amy Garcia. I am faculty at the University of Kansas. I am a Kansas nurse. The traditional step of CNA to associate degree to BSN and a lifelong learner. My work now is related to the Kansas Nursing Workforce Center. And it's a new idea. So if you'll go to the next slide. So some months ago was working on a grant application related to workforce. And I came to the Board of Nursing to look for statistics, and then I looked at the BLS and other sites, and pretty soon there's all kinds of data, and it's really hard to know how many nurses are there, how many are actually working in Kansas, how many are licensed elsewhere and working here, what are the specialties, are they well distributed? Just a lot more questions than answers. So started looking and ran across this map. It's the National Forum of State Nursing Workforce Centers. And noticed that 40 states had nursing workforce centers, and Kansas was a big old gap right there in the center of the country. So I got on the phone and started calling the leaders of the workforce centers. What are you doing? What's success look like? What are your issues? Where do you get your funding? What's your structure?
and really came up with a spreadsheet and understood that, golly, when you're looking at one, you're looking at one. But the most common model was for workforce centers to be based within a university that could support research and very closely aligned with their boards of nursing. So if you'll go to the next slide. So I talked with our leadership, our dean, Sally Maliski, and said, here's what we're seeing. Kansas is at a disadvantage when we apply for federal grants, when we talk with our legislators about the reality of the workforce situation. We need better data. We'd like to think about standing up a workforce center. So she was like, I see this. Let's listen to people. So we started a journey around the state, listening to stakeholders about what was important to them. We define stakeholders broadly. So government with the agencies, employers, industry, associations like KSNA and KONL, schools, and certainly nurses. I was served as chief nurse of the American Nurses Association for some time. And I noticed that nurses tend to talk to nurses about nursing problems, and that we may do a better job of finding some solutions for this one if we had a broader group. So we brought a group together, made sure there was rural and urban representation, and framed it around the four most common things we saw done in other states. Number one was data. They were working closely with their boards of nursing, their Department of Commerce, any kinds of data sources, and many of them had stood up interactive dashboards where you could go for the most accurate number. It's really hard in the nurse licensure compact states. So it's just hard. Strengthening the pipeline, recruitment, retention, and developing expert nurses to really help people stay in the field. So the next slide. Our initial meeting was in Topeka. We asked what immediate needs were, and they said, we need nurses. We need numbers of people. Retention is an issue. We asked, how do we start? And their number one request was collaboration. Get a variety of people to the table to really solve for some of these issues. And finally, we asked them what success looked like. And data showed up. They were interested in image of nursing. So the media was very, very effective during COVID. We all saw at the end of the hall, head in the hands. But that doesn't necessarily do a lot for people to think, well, nursing is the career for me. So we think there's work to be done on image. We created a report. I'll provide that through Carol and Adrian so that you can have access to that. If you come to the next slide. We then followed with meetings in other parts of the state. And each of those, we partnered with somebody locally. So in Pittsburgh, we partnered with Pittsburgh State University. They are the stakeholder in that part of the country. We partnered with Hayes Regional Medical Center. We partnered with Stormont Vale and with the several of the schools. We are planning a session in Wichita at Wesley, and we need to go to Western Kansas. It should not have been surprising. I practiced in rural Kansas and practiced in the city, but the answers for what would help differed by region of the state. And so that really solidified the idea that there isn't one solution. We as a workforce center need to identify best practices, lift them up, get people to the table, help find funding. One of the key asks was have a scientist to help us as we write grants. So maybe your health system or your community college or your technical school or whoever it is, we ought to be able to work in alignment and get some kind of support. So if you'll go to the next slide. As of August 1st, we filled in the Kansas. We are official. And the University of Kansas has funded the center to really get started and up off the ground for as long as it takes to find the other kinds of funding that support the work. Our team, there will be 2 co-directors. There's a position, but I'm a big believer that I have things I'm good at, which is getting people to a table in informatics. I'm really into using data for decision support, and our mayors and legislators need the best decision support we can give them about nursing. But other people have skills in acute care or population health. So that is a co-position. We'll name the second person within the next couple of weeks. We've hired a data scientist to help us work with and visualize data. We're talking with Carol and Adrian about the possibility of working closely with the Board of Nursing to visualize your data and to integrate de-identified data about nursing practice and nurses with other kinds of data. Our goal is to demonstrate the value of nursing. So is there a difference in outcomes when we add a nurse or nurses, or we strengthen a specialty in a particular part of the state? That kind of research, I don't think it was possible 10 years ago or 20 years ago when we created Indian QI. I think big data makes new kinds of understanding possible. So we are interviewing for a nurse data scientist right now. We have a part-time marketing person. We see ourselves growing with grants. We have awarded 2. You'll go to the next slide. So our work coming up this next year, in this 3rd quarter, we are focused really heavily on data towards decision support. There's studies out there. We think there is more to be done. We are standing up an advisory board. We will have 2 layers of that. The executive board will come first. It'll be a mix of agency, employers, schools, and representatives of associations and nursing therein. So one of our asks today, we think our #1 stakeholder is the Board of Nursing. You have a tough job, the safety of the public. We would like an appointee from the Board of Nursing to work with us on a strategic plan for the workforce center, that the advisory board will be quarterly. We're looking for a second appointee from the Board of Nursing specific to working with data and making sure that we do the right kinds of work and ask the right kinds of questions. So that is an ask that we have of you. As the board is stood up, we will start what we call affinity groups or task forces. These are small groups of people across the state, very focused on specific issues. Okay? We don't want to duplicate anything that's being done elsewhere. So Jaron was here talking about apprenticeship programs. We're not going to reinvent that wheel, but if he asks for our opinion, we will certainly have one. We do think, and we hear around the state that there are some specific issues that need to be worked on. One of the main asks that we hear is that there's a shortage of nurses. It is a shame that there are open seats in nursing schools, either due to a lack of interest or a lack of faculty. So we think there's serious work to be done there in alignment with folks already working on those issues. We have funded 2 studies. The first was looking at nurse career paths. And that's part of telling the story of what's happening. I was in Washington, D.C. when we worked with Johnson & Johnson on the Image of Nursing campaign. It was very successful. We've asked them if we can use some of those. You remember them? Mm-hmm. They just make, you get teary and you feel good about nursing. But there are things to be done here specifically in Kansas to help parents and folks understand. So we target high school students, but I think our next generation of nurses will be second career people who want meaning in their lives. So that small study was to help inform how we shape that larger program. We've also funded a study of certified nurse assistant intent to stay in a hospital setting. We think nursing is practiced in teams. And if the footing of that team is, we've got an issue. So if you go to the next slide, what our work looks like, we think understanding the supply of nurses against the demand for nurses is a foundational piece, and an understanding of educational pathways. Since we announced this August 1st, our inbox is full of people who've got questions about, I'd love to be a nurse, I just don't know how to get there. They've got kids or they've got financial issues. We think there's work to be done to make the process clearer. I don't know if it's admissions work. I don't know exactly what that is, but there's work to be done. A piece of our work will be around development and retention. Increasing the numbers, recruiting, advocating to improve stability. We have nationwide more licensed nurses than we have ever had in history. What we also have is an increased places for nurses to work and an increased demand for their services. I don't think people are running away from nursing. I think the demand for nurses is expanding faster than we can meet. So the way we will do all of that is foster collaboration. And next slide. So the next slide just says how to be involved. I would like to build an ongoing working relationship with the Board of Nursing based on trust. Let you know what we're doing. Listen carefully to what you think we should be doing. Ideas you have for collaboration. We need from a grant perspective, we need to be working together to have our piece of the federal funding. Yeah, it's a shame when it goes to New York and Michigan and other states. So possible solutions, host meetings, get engaged, and in your little flyer, there's a place to scan. We're working on a newsletter. We'll be highlighting some of the best practices. We're starting with all of the organizations that currently have HRSA grants, so that we can all be aware of and learn from and do with those folks. We will also be starting a podcast, short little podcasts called Works for Me. So it takes, what do they say, 17 years for research to translate to practice. There's some really darn good things happening out there. That we just want short little clips of what folks are doing about recruitment and retention of staff, recruitment and retention of students, to generate ideas. And I will stop there. I welcome your questions.
I have a comment.
Yes.
As Steve, I moved from about 3 years ago. I was in leadership with the Nurses Association for many years with her. It was about 11 years ago that state got a grant. It was part of that Robert Wood Johnson. I know you kind of referenced a piece of that with the future of nursing. So many wonderful things came out of it. It was mostly workforce initiated, but a lot of other pieces came out of it, including collaborations between healthcare organizations and schools of nursing for shared faculty. I have your emails on here, right?
Yes, it is.
I would like to just email you with some of the successes that came out of that, including a data workforce center, because we found that nurses around the state did not know where the job openings were. Oh my gosh, so many. I just don't want to take too much time, but I'm having a memory flashback of some wonderful things. We did the New Mexico, I said the state. Nursing education. That's a good place to look. The Education Consortium, where we did a streamlined curriculum. I was part of that group. We did that for several years. UNM rolled it out first in the New Mexico state. But anyway, I'm just really looking forward to having an email chat with you about some of the successful initiatives there.
I really am looking forward to that. The states, as I've called them, they are the most wonderful people. We have work groups. I've joined a couple of the work groups, and we learn from each other. And the idea is we wouldn't reinvent the wheel. But what a wonderful affirmation. And I will tell them they're at Eastern New Mexico University now. And I'll tell them I heard it. Okay, good report. Comment.
My comment is the finance is gonna be an area that your individuals wanting to get into nursing are gonna need help.
Yes.
Yes, nurses are paid higher than they got started with when I started. $7.10. But with having to pay back loans, it's still a hardship. And if there's funding for that, because when I went through school, even though mine was paid for by the Army National Guard, they paid for everything, and I didn't have that problem. You know, a lot of people don't have that. So, you know, they're gonna need financial assistance that isn't going to leave them in debt.
Yes.
And if we can do that, you're gonna get full classrooms. Because they did have assistance back then for single mothers. Single parents got that assistance, and we had full classes.
And if we can get back to having some assistance, because we do have a shortage, we might see more interest.
I couldn't agree more. I see the answer like a patchwork quilt.
Yes, ma'am.
So our legislators got a part of it, foundations have a piece of it. I think there's programs out there that are just kind of invisible. The Kansas Promise Act, that students can get a community college degree for free if they know how to do this. If you would, I would love to hear from you, learn from you, do with, yes. Yes. You're so right.
When we get back to full classrooms and the faculty is gonna become the other big piece of that. I agree that those are the two.
And one of our initiatives, and KU has blessed this at the highest levels. We believe that faculty pay in community colleges is a real problem. And that is, we are not a political organization, but when somebody else introduces something that makes sense, we can back it. We can educate around it. And we can have members of our board or committees who are able to work more directly politically. So. Yes.
So did you have something? Oh, when you brought up the Kansas, I have a real quick question. When you brought up the Kansas Promise Scholarship, do they have to have the money up front?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay.
That's one of those things. I was out talking to the Manhattan Chamber of Commerce several weeks ago, and they said, well, we've got this program that can come through for free and we can't fill the seats. What's wrong? I think there's a lot of PR work to be done.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that as well.
And in every listening session we had, that was an issue for the image of nursing, for an understanding of paths, to make sure that our leaders understand that nursing is the most trusted profession, and we are an investment of society. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much for coming. Every time I hear more about it, I get a little more excited about the opportunity. One of the things I'm really excited about is how this institute will be able to do local research versus national about what is happening here that's different in Kansas. A lot of times, as you know, being a researcher, we have a dearth of local examples and evidence base to be able to present to policymakers and others. So I'm excited about that. I also wondered, you touched on a little bit, I think I hear you saying you will be able to do some education advocacy, but I was really distraught this last week with the AMA's recent campaign against nursing. It's an all-out war in my mind. It's they're basing it on a certain body of research, and they're trying to show that adding nurses to the team drives up costs and reduces quality of care. I think that flies in the face of a lot of other research I've seen and what I think we know here, at least in Kansas, anecdotally. And I'm anxious to have a place that can do research that debunks some of that and dispels some of those myths. So I'm excited and hopeful that you will be able to do some of that advocacy as well.
It will lean in fully. Yes. Yeah, and that is so disappointing.
Yeah, it doesn't reflect a team approach to healthcare at all, and it's very disappointing. And one of the reasons I'm proud to be part of this organization for it is much more collaborative.
I was at the ANA when the AMA wrote scope and standards for 10 other disciplines, including nursing. And we approached it as antitrust. And because we are a profession, we write our own scope and standards of practice. And then we have the Board of Nursing that
that oversees the safety of the public. It, yeah.
We appreciate you being here. We appreciate the ask. What I understand is that you're asking for 2 appointees from the board. This is a new request. I think we have not had something like this, so I think it might be good for us to engage Charles and get some legal advice on that, and then understand, maybe it's, we'd like to understand who might be interested in those appointees, and so maybe if we can table that for today, and I would ask that if you as a board member are interested in one of these positions, why don't you email Carol, and we'll compile that information and then look at what we need to with Charles and put together some education for who those folks might be, and we would follow up with you.
Okay.
And a more in detailed description.
Yeah, would you,
Sure. And time commitment.
Sure.
would you be able to provide that to Carol, and then that might give some better direction to the board members?
I sure will. And I'll tell you, I don't know if Adrian wants to, but we need him.
Whatever the board's wish is.
And I would love to come back and keep you informed on what we are doing and what good things are happening across the state.
I just wanted to tell the board, when Amy came and met with Adrian and I, you know, we talked about a lot of things, but part of it is gonna be funding and the need for funding. And so we just did bring it to her attention that the Board of Nursing actually gives $100,000 every year to the state general fund. It's in statute that we have to do that, but we get nothing back. And we get no assistance out of the state general fund. So, you know, I don't know if something can be done with that $100,000 that we kind of hand away every year. I don't know, that was just an idea that we brought in.
Many of the state nursing workforce centers are funded with a portion of the licensure fee. And my comment to Carol was that I don't want Kansas to raise fees on nurses. But if that kind of thing could happen, it would be deeply appreciated. And I think it sends a signal to others who are interested that the workforce center and the board are aligned for the benefit of Kansans and nurses. So,
Thank you very much.
you're very welcome. Thank you for your
so
time.
much.
Okay. We have an update on KAR 60-2-1.
All right, in your board packet on page 16, you remember this has to do with putting preceptors in PN programs, the ability for PN programs to use them. Because prior to this, only the RN program could use preceptors, and we were approached by a PN, or some of the PN program administrators asking if preceptors could be used in the PN programs. So there was discussion, and the regulation was revised. It's been through the approval process. And I think I told you in my exec report, we did have the public hearing on it, and there were only 2 pieces of comments. One of them is on page 20, and that is from the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs. When I went over and presented that, they basically had no comments. So that's a good thing. And then we also got from the Hospital Association, also in support of it. The PN programs, some of them feel like this would be a way in which they could be able to support more students in their program. The fact that faculty is a little hard to get some now today than it used to be.
So it's been all the way through, it's had the public hearing, you see the comments there, so it's ready for action that you all take if you want to. I mean, basically, I think you have three choices: don't do anything, and nothing will change. We'll just continue the way we are now. Or if there's other changes that you would like made in that, you can direct me what you would like those changes to be. I can make those changes and then it starts over in the process. So that's an option. Or you can do, like we've done with some of them before, if you choose that you're ready to adopt it, we just have to do a roll call vote on it and stuff like that. So that's the option.
And this does make things more comparable to the RN. There's been confusion with this because LPN is different than RN and this language doesn't exist for LPN. So it really does clarify things for those that are leading those schools that have multiple programs. Any questions? If there's a motion. You can should have a motion, but then we have to do a roll call. See the motion.
Okay, I move that the board adopt KAR 60-2-103 and that a vote be taken by roll call.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Melissa Ortega.
Thank you, Melissa. Any discussion? Okay, Jill.
I am going to read off your names and answer yes or no. Juliana,
Yes.
Rebecca,
Yes.
Andrea,
Yes.
Audrey,
Yes.
Ruth, yes. Lauren,
Yes.
Melissa,
Yes.
Michaela,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Brenda,
Yes.
Giovanni.
Yes.
There's 11 yeses and 0 no's.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Jill. Okay. Our board retreat report, again, I think I said this early on, you will have that in December. We did just receive that. It's a Dr. D'Angela. It was a very thorough report and we'll get that all put together and get that to you. So there was some great information. And I really appreciate the participation and the collaboration that came out of that. There was great discussion. So we've heard from Jaren, so moving on to our new business.
May I ask a question about, was that location good? So that for
From the
future meetings?
retreat perspective.
That was great.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Just for future.
I think it's really nice to be mid-state, you know, and it just seemed more a better location for those that maybe are traveling. Oh, I love it.
Thank you. I was just curious because some other boards were asking about doing something similar. So I thought,
I think I just would have liked a little bit more advance notice on the date.
And
I could
we
have done a flyer.
appreciate that, Michaela, and I will tell you, we really wanted Dr. D'Angela Burns Wallace to be our facilitator, and due to she actually then had accepted a job, and that was announced at our retreat. And so that was we were afraid if we waited, she would be into her new position and that she wouldn't be able, so we knew we were pushing time, but we were really hopeful to have her join us. And so I appreciate what you're saying, Michaela, and we recognize we put you all in a very difficult position from a timing perspective, and we'll do better in the future. It just was kind of the way that
I figured, I
Things
saw
work
her
out.
announcement on LinkedIn, so I figured it was something that I said, oh, this is.
and from a logistics standpoint, it's more noticeable.
Yeah.
the CEO of the Ewing Kaufman Foundation, and so it's a pretty remarkable position that she's done.
That's awesome.
So, but thank you for saying that, Michaela, and
I wanted to come so
apologize for
bad,
that.
and I thought, oh, I had like, I was already off that week, and I just could not.
This didn't work out, so, and I completely understand.
And I would have reworked it.
Okay, board member job description, I think that's in your packet.
It's on page 23, and what this is stemming out of, you had some
conversation at the retreat, that number one, we probably needed to have some sort of position description, job description or something for a board member. And that could be used, number one, for the present board members, but also it would be something that we could share with the appointment secretary in the governor's office, because again, when there's a vacancy, everything goes through the governor's office, the appointment secretary, and we truly don't know until someone's been appointed. And then I think sometimes, perhaps they're not totally aware of the time commitment. And this truly is a working board compared to probably some other boards. So that was part of the discussion, is we should put together something like that. So Adrian and I went out and found some possibilities, and I understand you're probably not gonna do anything with it today, and that's fine. I just kind of wanted to throw it out there, so that y'all can start thinking about it and stuff like that, because of course, right now we have no vacancy, but we will be losing Becky, and I'm not sure she's the only one going off next year, so there will be a vacancy. So if we have something in place by, maybe March or something like that, that might be able to help whomever they look at appointing in Becky's position. So.
Do we have any kind of administrative committee or executive committee that, I'm just wondering if, rather than engage in a group wordsmithing exercise, if there's a place for somebody to combine a couple of these key elements and.
I think we could certainly do that, Brenda. Becky and I meet occasionally. We do appointments to committees and those kinds of things. So the chair and the vice chair do that. So why don't we have that be one of the assignments for the officers?
Not
going
trying to
forward,
create
and
more
we'll-
work for you, but it seems to make sense.
I
you
think that
guys
makes
would
great
kind of
sense.
And I like the idea of the time commitment, and some that I've seen too will offer a little bit of a distinction between the role of board versus the role of management. So for instance, not overly engaging on personnel issues or, some of those kinds of things, just to keep the line clear. And I think that's helpful, especially if people are appointed to this board who haven't served on other professional boards.
I think that's a good point, Brenda. And the thought I was having too is to really clarify the role of a board member. And I think just hearing our last request for appointments to other boards and recognizing the fact that an individual, I never speak on behalf of the board. That takes all of us and all of our perspectives that we bring forward to offer that voice. So an individual cannot speak on behalf. I mean, you can take your learnings and offer comment and education or based upon your experiences, but to really make a decision based upon the board is, so maybe that's an opportunity for us to spell that out. Might be a good chance to, Charles, would you join the president, vice president, and making that job description and maybe helping us make sure that document
Certainly.
meets what we want? Does that sound okay? Okay. So we'll do that before December and maybe bring back a proposal in December, if that sounds good. Okay, annual delegation motions. Did we need a break? Okay. So this is our opportunity annually where we go through all of the delegations. I think if something were, it delegates the authorities that we have. We have the investigative committee chair who has a lot of authority and signs a lot of documents when it comes to the investigations and the work that's done there through legal. And so there's several motions here. Please listen to them. Charles has reviewed them and made sure that they are still in compliant with the state laws and everything. And so, but please listen carefully because each one is unique and it really does determine the authority that each one of us has and what we are then appointing individuals to conduct business on behalf of the board. We'll start with the motions. Which one might have got all rearranged in there.
Maybe this would help. I think mine are still in.
Are they in order?
I'm thinking, yeah.
Do you need to do elections first?
Well, I wondered that we had this day first, maybe, you know, and that might be helpful because I think it'll be important to have names in some of the positions before we delegate, because you can't delegate certain things to heads of other committees, so, okay. So I think we do elections first, we're gonna do elections. Cool. So with that being said, we will start with president, all right, start with president, so we take nominations for another year of presidency.
I'd like to nominate Juliana Resnick for president.
Second. Okay. Do all those in favor? Well, and honestly, I'm honored, thank you, so, okay.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Any abstain? Any no's?
Thank you, Edric. Thank you very much. And I honestly, I'm honored. This is, it's a huge passion of mine and I love the board. So thank you. It's the true one. Okay, so vice president is, that seat is open and we'll take nominations for vice president.
I am retired. I'm going to have to end. And I'm going to ask you about that. I'm not going, I would decline because I will be leaving. Well, I would like to nominate Andrea Watson for vice president. She's been our secretary.
Second.
Third. I'd like to nominate Dr. Workhart.
We have, is there a second?
Good.
Second for that. So we have Andrea and Bruce. So we'll vote for Andrea first. Anyone who's in favor of Andrea, please signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, hands.
Do I need to explain?
Okay, and anyone in favor of? Okay, motion passes, Andrea will be vice president. Okay, and then our secretary position. So, at every point, Andrea has been secretary. So
I would like to nominate Michaela for secretary.
Second.
Okay. And okay, and all those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all those opposed say no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much for the.
Yeah, so yeah.
Just to remind, after this meeting, the president and vice president will sit down with Jill and I, and they will make all the committee assignments. And then, we will get those committee assignments out to you, but if the two of you do not leave, we can do that after the meeting. Because I know some people have been asking, you know, what committees they might, because those committee assignments would start in December then and go through the following September. And we do have all of your preferences down here that you turned in. So, and then we also do non-committee or non-board members that are on the committees. And I just have to tell you, I am so impressed. This is the whole staff of people wanting to be on Board of Nursing committee. We have never had this. So this is awesome. So I'm excited for you all to see them.
Okay, so let's do our delegations now, and that is probably will make more sense as we do our delegation. So we are trying not
You'll
to.
put them in the right.
we
In
are-
case mine are not.
We're trying not to use a person's name whenever possible. We're trying to use the title of a position so that if something were to happen to an individual, that delegation can carry beyond it, beyond a person, it's to a position.
And what are our titles? Are they chair or president? What's the?
We're president,
President.
vice president, and I said that wrong. Say president. in case something happens.
Oh, yes, okay, okay, I got it. Okay, I move that pursuant to KSA 77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act, the board designate and delegate to the president its authority as agency head to review, decide, and issue any orders concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions for stay filed with the board, and taking any other action related thereto until further action by the board.
I'll second that motion. Second, any discussion? And I'm going to abstain from voting. All in favor? Signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Any opposed signify by saying no. Yeah, any abstain, and I abstain, yeah, okay. Motion.
I move that should the president be unable to serve as agency head, the board designates the vice president to serve as an alternate agency head, and in such circumstances, the board delegates the vice president its authority pursuant to KSA 77-527 of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act to review, decide, and issue any orders concerning petitions for review, petitions for reconsideration, and motions for stay filed with the board, and taking any other action related thereto until further action by the board.
So this one's important because the agency head cannot serve on disciplinary committee. And so by appointing the vice president, Andrea historically has not been on investigative committee. So that's what's happening here.
Second, Sharp.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Explain that again. What did you say?
So by being agency head, if there is an appeal to an investigation, you have to have someone who has not been included in the original investigation to weigh in on that and make that assessment. So the agency head cannot be on investigative committee. And then second to that, if something were to happen to the agency head and the second person has to step in, you wouldn't want them on investigative committee either, because they have to have that unbiased view to be able to evaluate that case. So, okay, we had.
So does that change? So with the nominations and the elections, does that change the committee and what we're allowed to do?
So you can't have those two on your committee. I mean,
You won't see Andrea or I on the.
Oh, I see. I can't all three be on the same committee. Okay. I'm clear now.
So did we move?
You had a motion in a second.
Do we vote on it?
I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair.
We didn't vote.
Oh, we have
Okay,
voted.
so let's.
Oh, we didn't vote. I heard.
I'm sorry, but
I said we had a motion in a second.
So we have discussion, so
Okay.
following on, we just had our discussion, so all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Andrea abstains. Motion carries.
I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amend thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding matters that have been recommended for emergency proceedings by staff or council, and act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C, and amendments here thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act to conduct emergency proceedings and issue an order as required by KSA 77-536 on all matters that are being or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder, unless the chair of the investigative committee determines the emergency proceedings should be conducted and decided by the investigative committee.
Motion.
One second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries. Oh, do I need to ask for abstentions? I better ask for abstention.
It's subject to motion number what?
33.
Okay. Regarding delegation to the chair of the investigative committee, I move that if the chair of the investigative committee is not available to act as described in motion number 3, the vice chair of the investigative committee is so designated and delegated to act as described in motion number 3.
That's 30.
30.
Oh, both of them are 33? Oh, I only heard the 3.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second for Pesa.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries.
I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to issue to an applicant meeting the qualifications and requirements of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and the Nurse Licensure Compact Act, any license, certificate or qualifications or authorizations to practice nursing. Conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto involving an allegation that a person who submitted an initial renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement application for any license, certificate, or qualification or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto regarding applications that are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations promulgated thereunder by the board, and act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C, and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters involving all applications, whether initial, renewal, endorsement, or reinstatement for any license, certificate of qualification, or authorizations to practice nursing that have been investigated for any alleged violation or of compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegations include, but is not limited to, sending a warning or reprimand letters, entering into settlement agreements, conducting capital proceedings and hearings, pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto, unless the president determines the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings or considered and decided by the investigative committee.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no.
Subject to motion number 35. Regarding delegation to the chair of the investigative committee, I move that if the chair is not available, the vice chair of the investigative committee is so designated and delegated to act as described in motion number 35.
Motion in there, second.
Terry, second.
Two first names. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention?
Subject to motion number 36 regarding delegation of application and motion number 34. Okay. Regarding delegation of emergency proceedings, I move that the board designate and delegate to the investigative committee its authority to: one, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto, involving an allegation that a person who is granted a license, certificate, or qualification or authorization to practice nursing has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act and or regulations adopted thereunder. Number two, make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto of the Kansas Nurse Practice Act regarding persons who are granted a license, certificate, or qualification or authorization to practice nursing and are being investigated or have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Nurse Practice Act or regulation adopted thereunder. And three, act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on all matters that have been investigated for any alleged violation of or compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder. Such delegations include, but not limited to, sending warning letter or reprimand letter, entering into settlement agreements, conducting reviews, proceedings and hearings, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders that censure, revoke, limit, or suspend any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other action related thereto unless the investigative committee determines that the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for conducting further proceedings and issuing initial order or considered and decided by the board.
We have a motion.
I'll second for Hazel.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Any abstention? Motion carries.
I move that should a board member serving on an investigative committee be unable to serve as a presiding officer in a matter pending before the investigative committee, the vice president is designated and delegated as an alternative presiding officer of the investigative committee. Blank.
Charles, what have we done there in the past?
Say that again.
It's the alternate if an investigative committee member cannot.
Unable to serve as presiding officer, then who's the back? Yeah.
What's it say now?
It has a blank.
It has a blank. Could be either or. Because in some cases, wouldn't.
I think it's been the vice president because there was a time when we had a different legal opinion and previous president had served on investigative.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's why this came into play.
Okay.
Or if there's the president has a conflict and cannot proceed with this case, who's the back?
Yeah,
The vice president.
that's what I would think.
I would think so,
That's legally correct.
as long as there's not a conflict.
Right.
And there shouldn't be, as long as the vice
There shouldn't be in
president
this
isn't
case.
on investigative, right?
Right.
You can't be on investigative.
Okay, I move that should a board member serving on the investigative committee be unable to serve as a presiding officer in a matter pending before the investigative committee, the vice president is designated and delegated as an alternative presiding officer of the investigative committee in that pending matter.
We have a motion? Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying. Any opposed, signify by saying. Michaela.
Yes, I do.
And Andrea is abstained, so motion carries.
Is this a? This is the last one. This looks like I just read it. But there's number 5.
That's a little bit different.
There's one more sentence on it. Last one. I move that the board designate and delegate to the chair of the investigative committee the board's authority to, 1, conduct hearings, enter into settlements, and issue decisions regarding the assessment of fines pursuant to the KSA 74-1110 and amendments thereto, involving an allegation that a licensee has violated or not complied with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder for failing to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen, or any combination of these when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse license. Sure, compact. Make a reasonable grounds determination pursuant to KSA 65-1120B and amendments thereto regarding licenses that are being investigated or have been investigated for failing to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen, or any combination of these when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. And act as presiding officer pursuant to KSA 77-514G and 77-551A and C and amendments thereto of the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act to review, decide, and issue any orders on matters involving all licensees that have been investigated for any alleged violation of or non-compliance with the Kansas Nurse Practice Act or regulations adopted thereunder regarding the failure to submit to a mental or physical examination or an alcohol or drug screen or any combination of these when so ordered by the board pursuant to KSA 65-4924, or failing to complete the requirements of the impaired provider program of the board, or for failing to meet the requirements of the nurse licensure compact. Such delegations include but is not limited to sending a warning or reprimand letter, entering into settlement agreements, conducting CAFRA proceedings and hearing, issuing pre-hearing orders, issuing initial orders denying or imposing limitations on any license, certificate, or authorization to practice nursing under the Kansas Nurse Practice Act, and taking any other actions related thereto, unless the president determines the matter should be sent to the Office of Administrative Hearings for further proceedings or considered and decided by the investigative committee. Or make referrals, cause evaluations, or grant requests for restrictions pursuant to KSA 65-4924.
Okay. Sorry. We have a motion. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Any opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries. All right, I think those are our delegations. Okay, Charles, make sure we're all clear. Yeah, exactly.
You're all delegated.
Okay, our KSBN article.
Okay, if you look at page 29 in the board packet, we talked just a little bit about this at the last meeting, and these probably need to be relooked at, and there's some questions that staff has, but I believe it was asked that everybody kind of look at these and bring back what you think maybe needs to be changed. So I don't know if anybody had time to do that. I can tell you a little bit about what the staff found, if you want me to.
Yeah,
Yes,
great.
but-
I'll take the staff down.
Okay. There's, on the committees, there's a lot of overlap, you know, like 2 committees may be doing one particular thing. And I'm not sure why there's an overlap. Like one would be finance. It has for, the purpose of finance is to review and project budgetary needs to support the agency. That one makes sense. That's what they do. To maintain a structured system for monitoring impaired licensees, and then to review and recommend revisions to the Impaired Assistance Program yearly contract. That's also said in the investigative committee, which is really the committee that knows more about that. So
Do you think it was there to ensure funding of those positions, adequate funding of the positions that carry out that work? That's kind of there.
I think that's probably why it was there, Brenda, and I do think when the last time we did revise that contract, it did go through both committees and they reviewed it in depth, I believe.
yeah, I can see the cost, but I mean, to maintain a structured system for monitoring impaired licensees. Because none of those reports go back to the finance. They go to investigative, and really investigative committee is the one who really knows about the monitoring process and all of that, so.
Does the full board approve the overall budget? So that, I'm thinking of worst case scenario, like if you had a renegade finance committee that said, we're not going to fulfill our basis, our most basic obligation, the board would still make sure that would happen. And I mean, I think our infrastructure is there now. Maybe it just wasn't when this was written.
That's a good point.
Well, that was just a question I had, if you wanted.
And investigative would review the contract with KNAP and then bring it forth to the full board, so.
So I don't know if you
come out of.
Okay. There's just, you know, in some of these, it talks about review and recommend revisions to the statutes and regulations for the approval of APRN and RN programs. Okay, that's fine, but then another place, maybe it doesn't have all of the disciplines listed. And so, you know, it's kind of picked out one or two. I just think there needs to, it needs a little bit of work, I think personally. but-
Updated. It sounds like it needs.
Yeah, it does. I don't know what you want done. I mean, I don't know if you want us to work on some possible revisions and bring it back, or.
And it might be good for each committee to review their section. Could we put that on the agenda items for each committee? I think I'd appreciate staff taking a look at it and maybe giving us a starting place with some recommendations, but then if each committee would take their section and do any words.
Okay, we'll do that for December.
And then we'll ask everybody to please review that as you look through your December packet and the general statements in there with regard to membership and,
You know, I
all
mean,
of
there
the
is
purpose function.
attached to.
It
needs to be updated.
Yeah.
And then section 8, the Nurse Midwives Council, do we have?
That's what I was wondering. If it wouldn't be a big problem, could you in our alert remind us where we can locate that in the packet?
Sure.
So we don't miss it.
Well, and probably what we can do, if you want to, for each committee, we could pull out that committee part out of here and just put it in there, and that way you're not gonna have to look for the whole article.
Like I said, I just want to be sure we focus in on the big stuff that we need to be sure we're looking at and being ready for our homeland.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. Somebody else have a question?
Nurse Midwives Council?
There is a nurse midwife council, when, you know, there's a certified nurse midwife independent licensure through BOHA. This was done through the legislature years ago, and they tied BOHA and the Board of Nursing together for some unknown reason, which doesn't usually work, but anyway, it was determined the nurse midwives who wanted to have the independent
licensure and be able to practice independently had to have that license through the Board of Healing Arts. However, they also have to maintain their RN license through us and their nurse midwife licensure through us. So then it was determined to have this council, and it's through BOHA, that kind of gives advice back to the Board of Healing Arts about regulations and practice of these independent nurse midwives. We actually designate 4 nurse midwives to serve on that council. They have to be licensed with us, and then BOHA actually has like maybe 2 or 3 physicians or something that are on it. It kind of struggles a little bit. They still, many years later, there's 2 regulations that cannot be agreed upon, because what was supposed to happen is the draft regulations would start in the Board of Healing Arts, and then they would come over to the Board of Nursing for the Board of Nursing to review and agree with, and then they would go back to BOHA, but they actually are in BOHA's, their practice acts and all of that, not ours. So it's kind of confusing. But they don't meet much. There's 2 regulations that have not been able to get out of there many years later, and we hear about it every time that it comes forth in front of the legislature. They're very upset about the fact. They consider both boards deficient in taking care of this, and yeah. But what they don't realize is the way that everything's written, BOHA starts the process, not the Board of Nursing. But we do appoint to this council.
Who are those appointees?
Uh,
Have we, are they in the room with us, or do they not come to the?
one of them comes to the APRN committee.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
But they're not
Yeah.
an individual, they're a committee, are they? Because this makes it sound like, and that
That's
committee
where I
over
was
here.
going. Yeah.
Well,
Are they kind of under this advanced practice?
They are under the advanced practice. Shannon Gray usually gives me
Well, yeah,
No,
updates, but you're not on the
no,
council.
it's Jamie.
it's Jane.
Shannon is not a.
Oh, sorry,
midwife.
Jamie. Sorry,
Shannon.
Jamie. You're right, Jamie.
So I guess
What's it say?
my question is the same as yours.
That's decided, is identified as a committee,
Yeah.
and we've never had that.
Well,
They're in the APRN.
no, they're separate than APRNs. We do have them. And we appoint 4 nurse midwives to them. So this is actually correct. It's just the council is basically handled by BOHA. That's the way the bill was written. They're overseen by BOHA. However, we appoint to them, so it's a nurse midwife council. And it's in here because we appoint to them, and there is a statute that established this.
But they
Can we
report.
assist Jamie Harrington, Kara
Susan Marsh,
and Catherine Gordon?
And they have terms that expired, but they've not reappointed them.
we reappoint them. They don't reappoint them. The Board of Nursing appoints them, is the one who does it.
So the new term, it's set to expire, just as our seats on our committees expired this month. It says on here, term expires 9/23, so they would be reappointed if we make new committee appointments.
So the Nurse Midwives Council is a committee, but that committee reports to the APRN committee is where.
They-
we have understanding it.
They provide a report back. But as far as doing their work, it's done through BOHA because the council is over at BOHA.
So it's not as visible to us
Right,
because
exactly.
we, investigative committee
Yeah, we
happens
come
on
back.
Monday and
Yeah.
APRN, it happens right here, but that committee meeting happens through Board of Healing Arts with a report back coming to Melissa's APRN.
Is there any
But they-
opportunity in our regs review process to clean any of that up or not? Along with BOHA, would I think they'd be open to? Signature and say, here, there's one that.
I'm not, technically, I'm not getting. I am just we have been ripped apart numerous times over across the street about this whole thing, and the problem is the way the bill was written. And I think they understand that, and it has also been brought up now that our nurse midwives have full practice authority, because actually, after everything was done with this independent nurse midwife license through BOHA, it was more restricted than working under a collaborative agreement with the Board of Nursing. So they didn't have very many who went for that license over there at all because of how everything turned out. So I don't know how much interest there is in having that license now if they have full practice authority through us. I mean, that, I couldn't answer that. I don't know their interest in cleaning this up. You know, there's 2 regulations that are out there that have probably been out there for over a year that they reported back. There's been no meetings.
Since March of 2023.
Yeah, you know, stuff like that. So, but it is a hot subject across the street sometimes about how these 2 boards are deficient in taking care of this. Although it's not really set up to be equal in the bill.
Maybe we should take a look at things and see, you know, is there any opportunity for us to,
Yeah,
I don't know.
we can ask the question, and Charles and I can look at that statute, and it probably was done in, it was before I took this role, so it was probably 15 or 16, and it was one that was done like late at night over there, and yeah.
Use the one regulation that we have to review those 2 regulations.
Yeah, and they have come to APRN in the past. There was like probably 10, 11 regulations that came out of this. And they would go back and forth and back and forth. None of my APRN people are here that were on that committee. Back and forth and back and forth. And finally, the Board of Nursing would agree with them, the language and everything. Then they would go back to BOHA. Well, then when they go through to the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regs, they make both agencies go over there. And that's where the issue starts, is right over there. Because there's been interesting things said, but anyway, I can check on it and see, but there is a council, but it's not something that we appoint to it. So we don't do the meetings or anything like that.
So, looking at agenda items for, oh wait, we have to review our mission statement, so I will refer you to the page. Is it on?
Yeah.
It's at the top of the articles as well.
Yeah, it's at the top of the articles, and that is
29. 29, thank you.
29.
Is our mission statement. We'll read it exactly the way it's written. To assure the citizens of Kansas safe and competent practice by nurses and mental health technicians. Entertain a motion to either maintain that the way it is or make adjustments as the board sees fit.
I'll make a motion to maintain as is.
I have a motion.
I'll second for her.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Any opposed signify by saying no. And motion carries. So for our December meeting, I have several agenda items that we've been compiling today. First and foremost, I wrote down the article, so we'll get those to committees, and then also if you'll just review the initial parts from the full board perspective. Be prepared to finalize those hopefully in December. The retreat minutes, and then kind of a plan for moving forward with the strategic plan. And then Kansas workforce appointments. Hopefully by that point, we would have heard back from Amy on what she's looking for in those roles. And then if there's interest from the board, please email that to Carol and we'll compile that and then make some
And then
decisions.
we'll find out
That's a great point. And then Charles will engage you in that conversation as well to understand what their ask is and can meet their ask. Other things, did anybody else write anything down?
This isn't for December. Did we do the motion after executive meeting? We did do that. I missed it. Yes.
It was late and I not done that.
You were hungry. It was time to eat at that point.
Thank you.
Okay, with that. I think. Oops, sorry. Can't see anything. Okay, so there is an RFP for the impaired provider.
The impaired provider program, contract stops December 31st. And, well, KNAP is the one that got it, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
and, so Adrian and I met with procurement and, their suggestion, because there's a little bit of work to be done on our part, is to see if the contract, if KNAP is open for that contract to be extended 6 months. And then, something that the board has to put together then, for the board agency, whoever, is the specifications that, you would want in an impaired provider. And again, it goes out then with these specifications, and then if KNAP's interested, they put in a bid, you know, and stuff like that. But kind of what's happened in the past is there was the board designated like one board member or something to work with agency staff and meet with procurement and stuff like that. So, I believe it was kind of delegated to one board member in the past. To work with us on that. Because it's probably not something that you know.
Everybody wants to get into the position. Would you be comfortable if I worked with the board and procurement to look at it's to go to bid for RFP, so maybe KNAP is our vendor, maybe they're not, they've been our historic vendor, but if there's another party that wants to come to the table and bid on that, and we put together the work. So.
And then look, you know, once the bids come back in and stuff like that, kind of review them.
We are looking for, the information about mental health coverage. I guess that's an appropriate.
Yeah. And just to add to that, I think when we looked at the success rate, actually it wasn't a rate, it was a success in the month of. Is that a rate or was that a monthly?
That was their number that they had put on for, so. That quarter, was it a quarter?
Is it a quarter?
Yeah.
So we just noticed it was a 49% unsuccessful. So we wanted to look at the process from our end and back to KNAP. I don't know how that impacts that impaired provider agreement.
There's actually been some really good research done through NCSBN to talk about what leads to success versus unsuccess. And so that literature is probably 2 years old, something like that. So we could pull that article and that study that was done. It was very robust, and there was a lot of finances put into that to come up with them.
We were wanting some feedback from them for why they were, what was causing the numbers.
And I think whatever vendor we choose, we'd like them to be transparent about it.
Could we pull that NCSBN article, maybe share that with investigative committee?
That'd be nice.
Full board or just investigate?
Well, I'm not opposed to the whole board. I think
I would like
investigative,
that.
yeah, absolutely, investigative committee key, but the whole board.
It seems like the trends on our end they're just getting evaluated, only alcohol on just this little thing.
Right.
And we want them
So much more than
evaluated
that
for
now.
the big picture.
To
And that's-
include, fit to work.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's why,
Absolutely.
I mean,
We're looking for a
because of
family
other
member
reasons.
that
Well,
we
and
have to do that.
that verbiage is very clear within the Nurse Practice Act, is that fitness to practice.
And
So,
we've had concerns about them going to outside sources to get cleared, whether those sources were.
And we've had conflict
Okay.
validated opinions on treatment that were just like this, you know, and there's just. To see what without that, see what other
We'd like
nurses
some continuity and if, you know, we know where they're going and that we can.
Diagnosis would be awesome, but I think that's.
probably, I don't know, that might be conflict of interest, but I don't know if they can share that with us. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that, but it sure does help when it ends up in the investigative report. It really helps us make a better decision on, you know, follow through.
You're asking like mental health provider.
Right, so if a person does have an issue with drugs or alcohol, many times they are self-medicating because of a mental health diagnosis. It's good to know that.
Right, I'm a licensed therapist. I'm part of a small private practice. And I write letters on behalf of clients that I would feel uncomfortable sharing a diagnosis. Generally, what our practice does is due to stress, psychosocial stressors, severity, that kind of lingo. I mean, you're
I
really,
understand.
as a therapist,
I get it.
you're kind of on shaky ground.
Which is why
Yes.
having, not so much their personal one as, and this isn't something that's gonna be shared with everybody, but for the safety of our citizens.
Right, I like the
In a
Nurse
nursing,
Practice Act, fit to practice.
yes,
Because I could make that.
because
I
that's
would make
what
that.
we're looking at.
Fit to practice.
Fit to practice, physically, mentally,
Right.
emotionally.
Right, based on an assessment of
Right.
mental status, including cognitive, mood, and behavior, like choices, behavioral choices. That I believe that probably, that might be okay, something like that.
And we're still looking towards rehabilitation.
Exactly, and that's.
Right,
And if we don't,
program.
we don't want them to continue to fail out if we're
Right.
missing what the root cause is.
No, I've worked with all kinds of care.
So that's where we're looking at.
professionals
And Michaela brought that up with us, this, you know, root cause, when we looked at,
Yeah, I was just pointing out. that
Yes, ma'am, and I
clinicians might have a
appreciate it.
Real problem.
which is why we appreciate
There
your.
are added HIPAA regulations specific to the behavioral health, which, and there's been several presentations through NCSBN as well. We may or may not want to even have access to that data because of that protection. So I appreciate what you're saying. I think that's.
Recommendation as a
And we
clinician.
do, but,
Yeah.
but
And I would
knowing
remind you-
whether or not they had, you know,
I understand.
a clearance.
HIPAA has implications on individual practitioners as well. So I mean, even as individuals, we may not want access to that.
I see.
A clearance to work or a diagnosis.
The diagnosis.
Yeah,
The diagnosis, I'm okay.
Yeah, because
The clearance
Yeah,
would be.
because the client would sign a release of an and that would be part of the therapy session, would be to discuss. You're part of a program with your license, and you know, like I said, I've worked with different kinds of professionals that have to ensure public safety because of their role. And so that's what you're saying to that. And then it becomes a context of discussion in the session. This, and we'll just be honest, this is my recommendation based on. And then if they sign that ROI, then the clinician gets their opinion to a point. It can involve a legal decision, that's the difference.
And that's good to know. I always wonder sometimes if we discipline when we should be assisting, or if we're assisting when we should be disciplined. I mean, it's tough.
Because we have to ensure public safety, and I feel that weight on me even as a therapist.
Yeah, that's a nerd. I think, so it's not, I wasn't trying to be in people's business. I think,
Oh,
I
not
just
at
want
all.
to make sure that we're doing the right thing for
Yeah,
the citizens of
absolutely.
Kansas as well as for that nurse. Because, you know, if we don't treat, or if we don't, we lose that nurse.
Absolutely.
Theoretically.
A great discussion, thank you very much, and we will certainly take that into consideration. So with that, I think we are ready for adjournment, so we will see you in December. So safe travels, and great to have the full board here today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Colton.